Yo, what up? Hello. How are you, friends? Oh, God. Well, it's gonna be another dev stream today. Layrez, hello. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to do. I want to play the game, but, I'm more interested in, submitting PRs. Oh, God. Alright, we got water. We got food. We got a plan. We have a plan today. It might be a shorter stream today because I want to watch, stuff. You're really gonna posture check me right at the start? We really doing this? We got the posture? Yeah, we got the posture. Listen, I don't turn on this stream just to be posture checked every day, alright? You guys gotta step it up. I gotta give you new toys to play with. No more of this. You know what I should do? I should set up like a spray bottle in real life. And I should let people pay like 10,000 points to just spray me. Just like bad. Gotta let people interact, you know? Oh, God. Well, the posture check chips were great. They were. I'm actually saving that bag of chips. I have it still here. I don't want to throw it out. It's like a... It was such a goddamn good idea. It's like left a mark on me. I have it right here. I got it still. I cannot believe you came up with that. That was actually pretty impressive. I'm gonna go throw these cans away, and then we'll probably start some deving. I do have an issue. I did find something I wanted to work on, so we're gonna work on that, and then maybe we'll work on some of our own to-do list. Kirby, hello. My friends are showing up one by one. They keep coming. Why do they keep coming back? No matter how many times I tell them to leave, they just come back for another one. Do you guys enjoy the suffering? Do you enjoy reveling in my misery? Another one. Are my gaming days over? No. I'm just really into learning this dev stuff, but I'm probably gonna be playing Elden Ring when it comes out. I'm on the stage denial. No, guys, I'm not done playing video games, I promise. I promise that every stream will not be a coding stream. That is not what's happening here. It's like a phase, right? It's just a phase. I'm just doing a little bit of coding, and then we go back to playing video games, alright? The games will return, especially when Elden Ring comes out. I'm probably going to be playing that. I actually wanted to try Lost Ark, but I don't even know if I want to stream it because I don't have a lot of faith in it. It doesn't even, like, I don't know, everything I've heard just sounds kind of meh. Like, it looks good, but, all the pay-to-win stuff is kind of boring. Data entering days ahead. Listen, if there was anything in the C code I thought I could do, I would do it. but unfortunately, I'm not quite that capable. I don't think there's anything I want to do in the C side of things, that I want to try to figure out on stream. That I don't even think I could figure it out on stream, honestly. Meme Ring looked boring. I don't know. There's not many fantasy games out there that do co-op. There's not many good co-op fantasy games. And it's not... I don't expect Elden Ring to be like this amazing... Like, I don't expect much from it. What I do like is that I can play a fantasy game with my friends in real time and enjoy a nice big world, and we can just be sword and boarding together. There's nothing... I feel like there's just a huge lack of that kind of gameplay right now in modern gaming. You just don't get that. Let me hang out with my friends in some stock fantasy world and let's just kill shit together. Hell, even like... I mean, the closest you can get is like Lord of the Rings Online right now, right? But Lord of the Rings Online is an MMO. I don't necessarily want an MMO experience anymore because MMOs are pretty shit these days. But a single player / co-op experience with like a very specific defined ending and like, you know, something small, like not like crazy like an MMO where it's filled with grindy shit. I think that's something I'm more interested in. I think Elden Ring fills that niche that I'm looking for. You don't judge, you said it looked boring for what you saw, the sneak peeks. Twitch reflex dodge roll. I make fun of Dark Souls in general for just being dodge roll simulator. I completely agree with that. I am mostly in it to co-op with people and to PvP with people and just do silly shit. I don't really... Getting good at boss fights is whatever, because getting good at Dark Souls boss fight was just like... It wasn't necessarily interesting to me. It was very much a memorization and dodge game. And like, the thing is, in like a good game, there's multiple types of parries, right? Like, there's high parry, low parries. There's like, I don't know. I like the chivalry style of gameplay and stuff like that, where you have the 4 directions of swinging. I really like that style. And I wish there was a Dark Souls equivalent to that, where I had to actually care about the direction of incoming attacks. Can't stand DS because of the input queue. You're a reaction gamer, you can't think ahead. I don't really like input queuing either. I like reaction. I like pure reaction and like fairly designed bosses that aren't just like, oops, you didn't know the mechanic, you lose. But if a boss, like, a well-designed boss has clear telegraphs, even if they're momentary telegraphs, if a boss can kill you in a way that you have absolutely no indication an attack is coming, like they're just standing there and then you just die, that's shit design, right? But good design would be, he has an animation tell, like you want to have an animation tell or a sound cue or a visual cue of any kind. It can be the shortest cue in the world, but as long as you are communicating to the player in some way, and like you got to give them something, right? You got to throw the player a bone. You got to give them a line to hook on, and you have to, because a player's constantly searching for answers. The whole point of playing a game is that you're solving something. So a game needs to present it doesn't have to be obvious, but the game has to have a pathway to success that does not involve just try it again. That is not good design. Just try again is not good design. Good design is the boss provides you with enough. If you're trying again in a good designed boss, it's the player's fault. But if you're trying again because a game didn't give you any information, or the boss made an attack in such a way that there's no chance you could have ever predicted how it would go, that's bad design. There is a line. It is kind of a gray area, depending on the game. But if your game heavily relies on memorization and try again mechanics, it's garbage. It's garbage. It's absolutely garbage, 100%. That's garbage design. But here's where the problem comes. You have people who are bad at video games who will have to try again in a well-designed game, and they will misrepresent that as, oh, this game is too hard or unfairly difficult, when they're in fact just shit gamers. So then that creates the perception of games being bad that aren't actually bad. And there's no way to justify it, right? Like, you can't go to someone who's bad at games and tell them they're bad at games. They won't believe it. Then no one wants to be told that. They come home from work and whatever, they're unhappy, sick of shit. They just want to play their fancy game. They want to watch number go up and they want to have a good time. They don't actually care about getting good, which is fine. That's how normal people think, but they're boring and basic. We, on the other hand, are ascended gamers. We actually care about improvement. We care about learning. We care about challenges. But we also care about good design. Now, I'm not saying I'm perfect. I am, but hear me out. I'm not saying I'm perfect, but I've played enough games and enough different types of games to know when a game is poorly designed and when a game is unfair to the players or good for... Like, I can tell right away, like, no, I haven't played Neo. I have not. But I can tell right away, when shit is, pretty good or bad. It's like obvious. I don't know, you get a sense for these things. You'll play a game, and it's just like, it's little things that you notice that, like, how much QA was done. Will we get Krisk today, too? Maybe, I don't know. If he pops in, he pops in. Listen, you can't have Krisk every day. That's a rare treat, alright? Krisk is not like me. He can't go on stream and just spew shit for 6 hours nonstop. he's a fine dinner. That's like a steak dinner, you know? You guys can't have steak every day. Sometimes you're only gonna have me, alright? I can't have cool guests every day. We can't do this all the time. And part of the reason why I like Cataclysm so much is that Cataclysm does, in fact, well, not always, but it does most of the time, you have all the information required to not die. The player has a lot of agency in Cataclysm, outside of certain things. Like, I would say the start of the game has the least agency to the player, based on how strong of a start you do, right? Like, if you start with fungal infection, you lose a lot of agency in that sense because you have to do a certain thing at the start. But losing that agency also creates a more interesting game because if you're just completely free in a sandbox, you start having choice paralysis and you don't really have a goal and you don't know what to go. You kind of roughly know what to do, but you get kind of bored. Being panicked into making hard choices forces you to make decisions that you normally wouldn't have to make, and makes the game far more interesting. And that's why I like playing with the fungal infection start, and the helicopter crash start, and all these challenge starts, because they're interesting, they're fun ways to start the game. And I'll tell you now that if we ever do a normal start again, like the normal evacuee shelter start, we'll just completely crush it. We'll never lose on an evacuee start. Like, I will load it once, and then we'll play and win. Like, we'll just go on from there, you know? If I start... Evacuate is probably the hardest start, though? No, it isn't. It's brain dead. I don't have to escape anything. Oh, no extra points? That's true. The loss of the points is a big deal. But I could still get away with it. Losing the extra point sucks, but I could still... It's still an easy start. Like, you don't have to worry... You're not under pressure to do anything. You can spend your day one making the quarterstaff, getting all your starting gear. It's probably harder than lab. Maybe? I don't know, lab, it's harder in the long term. The thing is, you guys are assigning difficulty to the run as a whole, and you can't do that in Cataclysm. Because Cataclysm runs, it's like it's a gradient, right? Because labs can be tough if bad things, if you spawn in a poor location, or like you spawn in an ice lab, and that's like kind of an RNG thing. But in the end game, labs are actually really easy because eventually you get all the bionics and all the loot and all the nice shit out of there, right? There's all that stuff. I do just suck at labs? Yeah, I've made mistakes in labs. I mean, I have the most trouble with the cold labs. Ice lab is really rough. Really, really rough. Ice labs are suffering. They are true suffering. You gotta fucking leave when you're in an ice lab. You cannot chill in there. There's no fighting. There's like, you need to get the fuck out, and you need to not fight anything. If you get caught by anything in an ice lab, the combined slowdown of the cold and pain, you're just done. You can't even run away. You can't even run fast enough. It's annoying micromanagement with the blankets? Yeah. Sorry, I'm enjoying some Pringles right now, and I'm just listening to this music. I'm just kind of chilling before we start doing our dev stuff. You know what? The more I think about it, though, I would say overall, maybe the evacuee run is harder. The part of the reason I don't like the evacuee run is that it's kind of boring. That's my main issue with the evacuee start, is that it is just such a boring way to start the game. There's no sense of urgency. There's no initial goal you need to overcome, and your character is just weaker for it. So the entire run, you're weaker. You aren't pressured by anything at the start. You know what I mean? It just tones down the whole run. Whereas fungal infection, helicopter crash, lab start, you start in a scary situation. You are hurt. You have a goal, immediate goal. Your character is stronger and more interesting through the whole run. And it's like, it tells a better story, I think. I think even if lab is an easier start, it is a much more interesting story to watch and play. And that's why I don't pick evacuee, because evacuee, although it is harder, it is not interesting. I should use mods. Well, I did want to try out that Sekronom mod. That looked cool. I kind of exhausted normal CDDA content. Well, that's the thing. I think that... Well, okay, the boat Chad did do that, right? Our boating character did exhaust a lot of the content, but... First off, we still have never found a military base in a normal run. We have not... actually done anything in a missile silo. We have found a missile silo once, and we then died of radiation. We didn't actually get to fully explore it. So we still have to explore the missile silo, a military base. I don't think we've ever dived into the Trifid stuff deeply. Like, I never tried to invade a Trifid home. And we still have to do a Marlos run. There's also the executive run, which I wanted to do on stream. I don't think I've done the executive on stream yet. That's a run I want to do. And we have our existing run, which is our illiterate Grug character who cannot read books. So we have an existing run that I actually like that we still need to finish and play, but I'm more interested in doing the dev stuff right now, so that's why I haven't played it. Also, Guess what? Tileset got an update. The Undead People tileset got an update, finally. The new maintainer is keeping it updated. That's exciting news because it's been a long time since we've seen an update in the Undead People tileset, and that's really cool. It's really cool that it's getting updates. Like, I'm really happy for that because I was really scared that it was eventually going to be unmaintained, fall out of the thing. Cringe JSON? What's wrong with JSON? What do you mean? You don't like my data entry streams? You hurting my feelings? Listen, it's all important. We're adding things. We're changing things. We have the power. All right. No more of this music. Let's get this shit going. Where's my stuff? Yeah, there we go. No offense, these streams are less exciting, and that's a low bar. Hey, that's fine, man. Look, I understand. I'm not immune to criticisms. That's a fair criticism, all right? You bring that truth. you come in here and you bring the truth you want to bring, man. I know exactly what I'm getting into, all right? I know it's not great. I know that my skill level may not be interesting, but you know, is what it is. That's what it's gonna be for now. So, let's transition. So, I found this stale issue. I was looking again through some of the JSON stuff that in the list, and I found this issue, which has actually occurred to us on stream fairly recently, where I was complaining about the ability to get rubber tire chunks because there's not really a good source for them. Like, it's really hard to get that stuff to repair tires and whatnot. So what we're gonna do is we're going to try to figure out, we're gonna read through this issue real quick, and then we're gonna try to figure out how we can fix it if it's within our ability to do so, and then we're gonna get a PR going pretty quickly. And hopefully this time this won't take too long because now I have learned more about the proper tooling. So we know more about the tooling, so now we have VS Code installed. We've got the linting script set up in Visual Studio, so now I don't have to worry about formatting. I can just edit the JSON file, run the linter. It'll hit every JSON file for me. I don't have to use the dumb web tool or anything like that. And then we'll pull, and hopefully everything goes pretty quickly, and maybe we can do a bunch of PRs today, and we can try to close some old issues, and we can help players who have requested things from forever ago get the things they suggested that were legitimately good suggestions, that I think were legitimately good. And at the very least, even if the PR isn't merged, it can be there, and someone can say, someone can reference it and be like, hey, we want to add this later down the line, and they could just merge it. Hold your fire, hello, Remolson, hello. Hello, friends. Welcome. Grab a warm cup of coffee or whatever you like to drink. Am I gonna play CDDA? Not today. It is yet another development stream. Playing video games is overrated. Developing video games is where it's at. Govendire, hello. Oh dear. Yeah, I know. Don't worry. You wouldn't be the first person. Video games are for children. Yeah, I finally grew up, guys. At the ripe age of I made it to 30 and suddenly I said, why play video games when I can start developing and contributing and adding things to games? So, this issue, let us cut tires off of wheels directly for rubber tire chunks. If I look in, so let me load our test copy of Cataclysm real quick. Let me move this. Minimize that. Dev copy. All right, load. Let me reset the world so we have like a fresh thing to work with. Let's see, can you... Yeah, hold on. Okay, yeah, so when I maximize it, yeah, okay. It is auto-changing. Cool. I have Cataclysm open, but I'm not showing it on screen because there's nothing important for me to show you guys. I just, I have it open so I can check some stuff real quick. So, let's spawn a car in. Actually, I guess I can show you. Yeah, there we go. All right. We'll put that there for now, and then we can hide it when we don't need it. Have I submitted the things I did last stream? Yep. We submitted everything we did last stream. And I lintified it, and it's good to go, and it's ready to merge, and it passed all tests. I don't think there's anything else I have to change, unless someone wants... The thing is, the PR is open for the stuff we changed last stream. We just need feedback and or someone to approve the merge, and like, because there's a lot more of a conversation that can be had about around grinding. The current values I've implemented for the Mortar and Pestle, we gave them a grinding value of 1, but that could be changed in the future because we talked about yesterday on stream how there's a lot of tools that could qualify for the fine grinding attribute, and how Mortar and Pestle might be labeled as a fine grinding 2, maybe the Corns get fine grinding 1, you know, to show different levels of fine grinding. Again, these are details that no one really cares about too much, but I think it's fairly important only because it's like a consistency thing across tool qualities in the game and making sure all the recipes line up properly. Alright. We want to spawn a vehicle. Let's do that. Yes. Just give me a car. Give me disabled tires or engine. I need partially fixed wheels. No, not this. We need a new vehicle. Car. Light damage. Perfect. All right, this is what we're looking for. It's the small details that matter. That's what I think, right? Is because the more accurate our details are, the more immersive the game becomes, right? And at some point, and I know this is a silly thought, at some point the game should be accurate and immersive enough to teach people things about real-world knowledge. And being able to link a game to being not only fun to play because of its realism and immersion, but also educational because it's accurate, is very cool to me. That's a very cool thought. I like the idea that someone could play Cataclysm and actually learn something from it. And I don't know if it would ever apply in the real world, but it teaches you about zombies. Listen, you know what I mean. Going full tism on the science tree? Yeah, it would be cool if the science tree was actually, like, super accurate, and there was, like, a whole science, like, an actual science lab thing that you have to set up. Because right now, the science stuff is kind of gamey, which is fine, but I think there's a lot of untapped potential in the science tree of recipes. Like, we have chemistry sets, we have separation, we have distillation, we have chromatography, we have all these, we have a million different qualities, we have all this cool science stuff already implemented. We just need to, we could expand it even more. We could have multi-tile machines, we could have things that link together, like, you know what I mean? Or we could, yeah, like, we could have timers. You think it's too autistic for Kevin? Maybe. I mean, again, this is all dream stuff, right? And the important thing, too, is that regardless of any of our changes get approved or not, I get to improve I get to improve and learn all this stuff myself, the JSON stuff and the PRs and getting used to this environment. What about coding that if you want it? Yeah. If I want to be able to, even if it doesn't get accepted, I want to start learning to code it myself. And I would ideally like it to get merged, but coding it myself and doing all this stuff myself makes it much more viable to be talked about and, like, taken seriously, right? Because what is happening? Why is my music stopping? I don't know what's going on with that. Like, my music loves to try to stop. Alright, we're good. Anyway. Was killing Lua a good decision? I don't know. You're asking the wrong guy. Alright, so when we go to repair a tire, it asks us for rubber cement and then either rubber soles, tire chunks, or chunks of rubber. So let's go back to the issue and see what they're complaining about. It's basically impossible to get rubber tire chunks for tire armor and repairing damaged wheels without access to a manual tire changer. And even then, actually getting the tire chunks takes a long time. I just spent 90 minutes with 4 damaged 17-inch wheels, and you only got 10 tire chunks for the trouble. 2 of the tires disappeared into thin air when you dismantled the wheels because they were damaged, and I failed to recover them. I want to be able to apply a knife or other cutting tool to a loose wheel on the ground and get rubber tire chunks in minutes. I just tried cutting up a dismounted tire and a rubber tire strip with a knife instead of dismantling, and it yielded only rubber chunks instead of rubber tire chunks. This should be changed too. So let's spawn some tires. Let's see what's going on there. Let's do motorbike. What other tires can we spawn? Car tire. Might yield 1 rubber tire strip. So if you cut up a... Hold on, let me just do this really quickly. Let me spawn a few of these. Killing Lua is always a good decision, but it means the game is significantly less moddable. Apparently maintenance on Lua was pretty high thanks to how CDDA is structured. Custom behavior can only be added by modifying the base game, aka Magicalism. There's a few games where you can mod it by having a custom DLL. So you're saying the lack of Lua support makes it a lot harder to mod and add features without diving into C? So cutting up a tire gives us 74 chunks of rubber. Sorry, just... water. Oh god. Those Pringles were a mistake. One, like, scratched at my throat or something. Oh god. Alright, no more eating. With JSON, you can only do what other mods do. If you want to implement new behavior, you have to modify the base game. Let's see. So disassembling a tire gives us a rubber tire strip. What happens when we cut up a rubber tire strip? So rubber tire strips give chunks of rubber as well. What happens if we disassemble it? Rubber tire strip. Disassemble. Okay, so we have the ability to get rubber tire chunks pretty easily, actually. You spent 90 minutes with 4 damaged 17-inch wheels, and you only got 10 chunks for trouble. 2 of the tires disappeared. Oh, I see what he's saying. He's saying that you should be able to get rubber tire chunks regardless of the failure of getting... Ah. Okay. So, right now, a 17-inch car tile disassembles into a rubber tire strip, but because the item can fail to yield the strip if it's damaged, it's yielding... Oh, so what is the point of a rubber tire strip? What is it used for? I think we have to go through the JSON here and take a look at the recipes. Rubber tire strip. I don't think rubber tire strip is used in anything. What is this used for? What is this? Something's weird here. I don't see rubber tire strip as used in any recipe. Oh, I'm not looking at the debug name. Sorry, I'm being stupid. There we go. That's more what I was expecting. All right. Components. Okay, so you can use rubber tire strip to make tires. So it does make sense. Okay, so the current system does make sense. Component rubber tire strip, tire medium, tire motorbike, tire wide. So he wants to be able to use a knife on a loose wheel and just get chunks instead. I don't know if we can do this with JSON specifically. This might actually, we might actually have to open, we might actually have to go into Visual Studio for. I don't know if I can JSON this. Let's look at a rubber tire strip here real quick. Or we want to look at tire. Car tire? Oh no, sorry, we gotta go in Cataclysm, we have to check the debug name. You've been thinking about this one for a while now. It seems like there should be a capability in the game, lots of untouched rubber on tires. Yeah, I feel like the disassembly recipe is fine and accurate the way it is, because you need intact tires to make other tires, right? Because you're trying to salvage intact things, but players should also have an option to get the chunks directly, regardless of the recipe. So the question becomes, do we make a new crafting recipe that takes a tire as a component, or should it be an action menu thing in the knife action menu? I don't think making a recipe is quite correct, but sticking it in a knife menu is not easy to figure out either. So including tires in rubber needs with the "this will be processed" tag. I'm not sure what that means. I would have to look, because we haven't messed with disassembly stuff. Spawning tire. It is called tire_medium. Tire_medium. Listen, when you're speaking to me, you have to speak at like a 5th grader level, and you have to assume I know nothing. You have to speak to me like I am a small child. Otherwise, I may not fully understand what you're trying to say. So, tires they're already made of the correct material. They have non-conductive flags, that makes sense. There's nothing in this specific JSON, so maybe we gotta look at recipes. So we can make deflated wheel. I think we might, we gotta do research on this. We have to make sure there isn't already a recipe path to doing what this person wants. So, oh, to make a deflated wheel, you need a tire changer. That's what he doesn't like. That makes sense. Okay, yes. That's what he's talking about. So this recipe thing specifically requires the tire changer, which is not a very accessible item to get. I could see this. We need to go look at generic JSON, type uncraft. I need to see if there's a JSON flag. I don't think this is possible, but I need to see if there's a flag that says if not a primary component. Is there like a secondary components flag where if the object fails to be scavenged, you get a lower quality of product? That's what I desire. I desire a JSON flag that gives you alternative components if a salvage fails, for where it would be applicable. So if I fail to salvage a rubber tire strip, I should instead salvage a range of tire chunks. Do you guys think that makes sense? I think I'm on the right track here. I think we're in the right headspace now. That actually sounds pretty good. Let's see what we got. Let me add this to our list here. Possible JSON flag that triggers when primary components fail to be salvaged. So the thing is with this failure flag, it would have to be formatted something like this, right? So failed, it would be something like hold on, let me see if I can do this right. Failed components. I'm just writing what I think the JSON would look like, which I think would be helpful. I think it's helpful to write this out so that I understand what I'm looking at. So we would need to define what component has to fail. So we would say, how would we define the component? Do we just call it rubber tire strip? So we say rubber tire, if rubber tire strip fails, it would be comma. So if this object fails, output this object instead. So it would be a triple. Maybe I could do a triple comma. So it would be like output. What's the name of the item? What is the name of the item again we're looking for? We're looking for rubber tire trunks. So spawn an item. Let's spawn rubber tire chunks. The debug name is rubber_tire_chunk. This is such a... you know, it's funny. This is such a silly thing, but because, like, this actually is... I think this is actually useful stuff. Like, I don't know. I love the fact that people open up these issues, because I would never be able to just look through the code, I wouldn't be able to look through stuff and just spot things wrong, right? That's not an easy thing to do, but when people point out specific issues like this, it makes it so much easier to form a solution that solves many problems that are all related to this problem. Instead of having like a one-off janky solution where we would just like do something else. I actually really like how this is going. So the JSON would look something like this. It would be failed underscore components, comma. It would look something like this. And we said it would look like square bracket, square bracket. We would do rubber tire, or sorry, what did we call it? It was, hold on, I gotta open up Cataclysm again. Rubber_tire_chunk. Rubber_tire_chunk. And then we would do failed components rubber_tire_strip. Again, there might be a JSON flag for this. I'm just like, this is like pseudocoding it, essentially. I'm just pseudocoding. And what is the strip? Oh, you know what? I don't need to define the dropped item. It can just take the item's disassembled property, right? I just need to list the items. Yeah. Yes, this should work alone. Because the code should be able to look at an item, or the JSON, I don't know where it would happen. The code would look at this item, it would see that it's a failed component, and then it would disassemble it into its parts automatically. It would qualify for this, right? And it would run the failure again, and then give you a partial output. That way, when you break down a damaged tire, you get the partial output. So the next thing we have to check real quick, because I should have checked this first, but this was in my head and I wanted to get it out. I have to check the JSON documentation to make sure that there isn't already something like this or something similar. So let's go to doc I need JSON flags. There it is. Okay, so we're looking for uncraft. Okay, I don't see any anything relating to uncraft in here. Maybe I gotta search the whole repo. Hold on. Uncraft. Uncraft test. Uncraft generic. Components. Is there documentation on how uncrafting is done? I don't want all this. Hold on. Character, use actor, get uncraft. I'm trying to figure out what flags can be used in uncraft and if it's just a recipe. Probably just gives you listed items. So is an uncraft just a normal recipe? It looks like an uncraft is just a normal recipe then, if I'm understanding this correctly. It looks like it functions as a normal recipe, but then has a special flag that's then processed by the C++. Inheritance. When an item is crafted, it can inherit flags from components that were used to craft it. This requires the flag inherited craft inherit true. Okay, that's not quite what I'm looking for. I don't think there's a flag that does this. Yeah, I don't think we have something like this. I don't want to search just components. I want to search components. God, how do I do this? I need like an advanced search. Components in these files. Oh no, I only have JSON open here. Whoops, I see what I'm doing wrong. Yeah, let me I can just search it here. Components. .cpp. Log successful recovery of components when disassembling. Okay, this should get me towards where I want to be. Files. Test data items.json. Crafting.cpp. I think this is where we want to be. I think we want to be in crafting and tests. New file. Uncraft. Uncraft by quant. Okay, so these are the flags. This feature is probably more than we can chew? I don't think so. I don't think so at all. I think this is definitely within our stuff, because all we're doing is adding a new flag. And it's all the new flag. Oh, you think it's more? You think we'll have to consult the overlords? But it's not a complex thing. The only thing I have to do is add a new flag, and then I have to find the uncraft section, and I just have to check for that flag, and then just do a second. I just have to it's a very small change. I can actually visualize the change and see. I can actually see. I think this is definitely within what we can do. Unfortunately, that means I'm gonna have to open a new folder. Open folder. We are going to open. Where's all this stored? I don't even know. Source. That makes sense. Oh boy. It's not it? Yeah, this is it. Okay, we're good. Don't save. Cancel. Hold on. Let's copy this for just for the future, just so I know what it looks like. Just basing this on the fact that no failed thing gives back materials. Well, the thing is it's not destroying. It's not destroy all. It's that even if you fail to salvage a material, the material you fail to salvage has parts that could be salvaged. That's what we're trying to imply here. We're trying to imply that even if you fail a disassembly, there may be materials you can get from the failed disassembled stuff. This would not apply to most things. It wouldn't apply to electronics. It wouldn't apply to fragile, complex things. But for things like this, where like rubber tire chunks, like even if a rubber tire strip is damaged, you can definitely get chunks out of it still. You know what I mean? This is definitely within the realm. Materials don't disintegrate. I think we're in the right track. I think this opens up a good conversation. Now you need to check for the item's damage at 0 to 100 and roll against it. It automatically does that though. That's the thing. That's what I'm talking about, is that when you disassemble any item, there's already code that rolls against the item durability. So what we can do is we can just roll that same durability code against the lower level item. That's like we could say the rubber tire strip disassembles into X items, right? It disassembles into this X items. So now roll against that disassembly recipe. I think we need to specify what can happen. Okay, so what would it also look like? So it would be, you would specify the item that can fail, and then you have to specify each of the materials. So there are two ways we can go about this. We can either specify the materials in this part of the JSON, or all materials now need a flag that are specifically marked as materials that could be recovered if the parent material fails. Right? So we need so what do we choose between the two? Material flag to mark. What does that look like? What would that flag be called? What would be a flag? Would it be like easily recoverable? Like easy recover? How would we flag that? Because now we have a new flag we have to think about, because we have to make sure that all of this is modular and scalable, right? Would failing rubber tire strips fail into rubber chunks? It's the stupid clothing sheets all over again? The failure, you're saying, would the failure chain all the way down? You're asking, I think it would. I think it would chain. Or do you do fragile and everything else is solid? Well, I think it chains down at least once, right? Like if you cut up a rubber tire chunk, what do you get? You get 15 rubber. So the question now becomes, if we roll the tire chunks, Because now we have to decide how far down the recursion we're going. Are we rolling? Can you disassemble chunks of rubber? You can't disassemble chunks of rubber. Okay, so the rubber is the lowest level of this. So the question now becomes, if you fail to disassemble a tire, what should happen? Should you get rubber tire chunks? Because right now, here, let me list the materials in order. This is actually cool. I like this conversation. So we have rubber, that's part of chunks, and then we have tire. So hold on. Rubber, let me do this. Hold on. We're getting there. Disassemble tire, that gives us a strip. Spawn, strip, rubber tile strip. Assemble, get 5. Time to carry the weight volume ratio and see if you are brain dead not to cut a tire into strips instead of chunks, rubbers, granules. Yeah, I don't know. This is kind of like a whole tricky thing. See how easy it is to get scope creeped? Is this what's happening? We're scope creeping again? But listen, that's okay. It's Cataclysm. We can go as far as we want, or how far we think is necessary. So, a tire is damaged. Because it is damaged, you have 0 chance of getting a rubber tire strip. Maybe. Or you have a high chance of not getting a rubber tire strip. Then the recursion would run the disassembly script against a equally damaged rubber tire strip, right? Because it would pass the damage down equivalently. So if a car tire was 50% damaged, then the average then half of all of the disassembled components that failed should be disassembled with a 50% damage ratio for the things that qualify, right? Destroyed items would have a damage left max weight volume ratio. Yeah, so we disassemble the tire. It's half damaged. Because it's half damaged, it gives no strip, and then it goes into the failure code. And our failure code here, let me write this down so we have it. Hold on. It goes into our failure, so failed disassembly checks current, checks the component for flag, then attempts disassembly on that. Attempts disassembly logic on that. Right? Yeah, I think that's I think we're in the right thing. So, oh god. Wow. This could apply to a lot of things, right? Aren't there a lot of items that have a failed disassembly, but their subcomponents would qualify? I think there's a lot of items that could qualify for this flag. I don't know how many, but it could be interesting. Have fun adding all the items. Yep. I don't know how granular we want to get, but hey, it could be interesting, right? Alright, so let's keep going down the line here. So, this is why you suggested the overlords? Well, the thing is, though, my view on it is that I should do the PR, right? And that'll show action over features, right? I don't want to submit an issue discussing it because no one is going to. It's hard to get people to I can't force people to respond to an issue, right? And I don't want to wait either. At the worst, I waste time, and I don't consider any of this time wasted because I get to learn, I get to challenge myself, and at the end of the day, I don't care about wasting time on it. I really don't. I don't. And I think a pull request speaks a lot louder than an issue. So, sorry, let's continue this process. So, tire is 50% damaged. You fail to get the rubber tire strip, and then you go down to this one, and it rolls the 50% damage against this, and it says, oh, maybe you get 2 or 3 rubber tire chunks. The question now becomes, for the rubber tire chunks I don't get, do they also recursively roll the disassembly? Does it say, oh, 2 rubber chunks failed, right? Or like two failed, and now we're gonna roll those at a 50%, and we're gonna roll the disassembly code on that, and then you're gonna get partial rubber. You know what I mean? Should we have it go all the way down the chain? I think in this case it would, right? All of these materials would qualify for this sort of thing. Because these aren't complex items. These are like, they're simple items. How much chunk could a woodchuck chunk if a woodchuck could chunk rubber? Yeah, but you Omnivore, you get where I'm going with this. It's a new item flag. It's an item flag that makes disassembly more realistic, that certain specific materials can be recovered regardless of the higher level failure of a base complex item. It would add a little bit, it would just recursively run the disassembly logic against all of the components based on the damage of the highest level item, rather than only go one deep. You'll chirp up if you don't like something? Alright, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna see if anyone responds. I'm gonna go into dev help. Let's see. I actually don't know if this is dev help or development. I'm gonna go into development and see what people have to say. I'm gonna pose a question there and see if we can get some feedback real quick, just unofficial feedback in a way. You're a bit torn between this and IRL work? Well, I would, yeah, focus on your IRL work. Don't be torn, you're not getting paid to do this stuff. Don't forget to add everyone? Yeah. Hey folks, I'm looking at issue 53104, and I think there's a bigger how do I say that? I think there's a solution I wanted to bounce off of the dev channel. I would like to implement system that checks for that recursively that traverses the disassembly line of items, output partial results of complex items made of simple materials. The way I was considering this was adding new. I think this is actually a good idea. Link the bug? I am linking the bug. That's what I'm linking in my explanation. I don't even know if I would need to add this failed components flag now, though. Couldn't we just add a material flag that's something like simple recover, and then the disassembly logic can do all the work, right? We need to offload as much work as possible off the JSON. There's no reason the recipe should have to define which parts can be saved. The subcomponents should be labeled with a flag that makes them marked as easily saved, and then the C code should take that flag and find all that information, yeah, we shouldn't have to put in a failed components flag. That's stupid. That's me being stupid. Simple recover should be a new material flag. Okay, we have to go, hold on. Recursive recovery, maybe? Simple recovery, it would be something like true. Defaults to false. So every item by default has a simple recovery false or no value at all. I don't know exactly how it works, but let me go through the JSON flags again and just make sure there isn't anything we're missing here. So we're looking for items, materials, generic. I think generic is what we want. Is there a flag that represents how simple an item is? Item underscore broken? No. No. I don't think there's anything here. No salvage. So we have items best used when something should not be able to be broken down. Base components like leather patches. So what we should check now is we should see which items have the no salvage flag and see if this flag could be used to do what we want instead of adding a new flag. We should try to explore our existing tools before making an assumption that we have to add new tools. So let's delete all this. I don't care about this. File, open folder. We need to go up the directory, go into source. Don't save. Yeah. Trust everything in here. Let's control F. How do I open multiple folders? Maybe I have to open a workspace? Is it MSV? CV? Or should I be opening this all in Visual Studio? Maybe I have to do that. Add a folder to the workspace. That's what I need. Add. Perfect. Yes, this is what I need. Nice. All right. Now we're going to search this workspace. No salvage. So we have things like thread. I don't think thread is something that should be... Yeah, I don't know if this is going to work. Feather? No. Okay, I don't think this flag is going to work because things like feathers, you can't ever... Yeah, okay, so no salvage isn't valid. I immediately can tell this is not a valid thing. This is just to show that you cannot break these down. That's the only thing this flag is for. This is not a representation of parts that are easily recoverable. So we could try... I think recursive recovery is a good idea for the flag. By the way, about the last note line about the crafting speeds, you would not make different recipes, just code it to check for the fastest tool. I don't think I would need for the items that give you a simple recovery flag. So if we apply the simple recovery flag, I don't think the time should change at all. I think what will happen is that all the time you put into disassembling it normally gives you these simple materials as a result of your disassembly attempt. That's the whole goal of this. It's supposed to be a recursive check down the line of materials. This is about the mortar versus food processor one? Oh, I see. Yeah. I see what you're saying. Recursive recovery. Let's not get off topic. Yeah, we gotta stay focused, alright? Hey folks, I'm looking at 5304. I think this is what about Self-Dead channel. I would like to implement a system that traverses... Do better tools reduce crafting time? Is that a thing? Yeah. There are many recipes, there's many recipes that have specific, there's a lot of recipes that are time specific to the tools you're using. Let's see. The way I was considering this, adding a new JSON flag to simple / easily recoverable materials. Then we would add logic to the disassembly Add logic to the disassembly. That checks, that recursively checks the subcomponents. Subcomponents of the failed items. Failed to recover items. See if there are any simple materials that could be partially recovered anyway. For example, if you fail to recover, yeah, here, I'm gonna try to make it as clear as possible. I might have to open a GitHub issue for this to get a real discussion, but I'm putting in the Discord because we're working on it now, and I want to get a PR started to explain this idea like to get it going, get some traction. For example, if you fail to recover a 17-inch car tire, you lose the entire rubber tire strip. This tire strip breaks down into 5x rubber tire chunks, but they are all lost regardless of tire damage. But so with 50 recover a 50% damage, lose the tire strip. This tire strip breaks down to 5x rubber tire chunks, so with 50% damage, so you would run this assembly logic against this. Sorry, you guys can't see what I'm typing. It's gonna be in the CDDA development channel of the dev Discord when I post it. I'm trying to formulate my thoughts so that I can get some real feedback, and I'm trying to be clear here. Shift enter. So if this tire strip breaks up 5 rubber chunks, so you would run this against this as if they were all 50% damaged, and continue down the line to the chunks of rubber would normally get from disassembling rubber tire chunks. This tire strip breaks on fire, so you would run this continue down the line same way. Rubber tire trunks. Yeah. This simulates getting partial materials in their base, getting partial materials from otherwise empty results. Or sorry, no, not like that. You normally get from disassembling rubber tire trunks. Hold on. Failed cover chunk. The tire strip breaks down to 5x rubber chunks, so you run disassembly, gives 50%, and continue down the line until you down the line to this line to the chunks of rubber you would normally get from disassembling rubber tire chunks. The new flag would prevent its recursive logic from working on complex materials like electronics, but allow you to recover simple things that the electronics might be made of, to be determined. Yeah, I think this is good. I think this is good. I think we're in the right path here. Versus the assembly line of items, the output partial result of complex items made simple materials. The way I was considering is adding a new JSON flag, simple simple, easily recoverable materials, then we would add logic to disassembly that recursively checks the subcomponents of the failed to recover items. See if there are any simple materials that could be on. I'm just reviewing my post because I want it to be clear. Fail recover 50%. You lose the entire rubber strip as described. Issue. Entire strip breaks down to 5x rubber chunks, so you would disassemble the new flag. Thank you. Thank you. Any input folks have. Might be a wall. It's a little bit. It's a little bit of a wall of text. Why not just copy the cutting up mechanic from close? Well, here's the problem, right? I'll show you what's happening here. So what's happening here is a car tire gets damaged, right? This is what the original issue is about. A car tire gets damaged, and you go to disassemble it, and then the person disassembling it doesn't care. They don't care about the rubber strip. Let's say they're just trying to get these rubber tire chunks, right? But they have to disassemble the car tire to get to strip. They fail to recover the strip, but the tire is only 50% damaged, and they lose the whole strip. Meanwhile, the strip is made of 5 rubber tire chunks, so we should be getting a partial recovery, but instead we have materials that are magically disappearing in this disassembly recipe. So the logic I'm proposing, or trying to figure out, actually, it's a fairly simple solution. The hard part is defining which items would have this new simple JSON flag if it was viable. And then also, we also would have to change the logic of disassembly to traverse item uncraft recipes for us. That would be what we would have to do. It'd have to be a recursive traversal. I think we're on the right track. All right, we'll wait to see if we get input from that, and then we will we'll just keep working on our end, and we'll keep trying to make progress here. So, let's see. I think that's a valid solution. I think recursive recovery is what we want to do. The problem is now we're switching to C coding. So that whole thing is happening now. So let's get out of VS Code for a second. Yeah, I think we have to make an attempt at C now. And before we even attempt C, I'm probably gonna have to read some contribution guidelines on that, because that's a separate thing from JSON. Because I don't want to, obviously I'm trying not to make more work for people. What is this window? Where is this window? What is it called? Coding JSON. Okay. Change this to... I would like Visual Studio if possible. I don't see Visual Studio on this list. Can I not capture Visual Studio? Uh-oh. I think it's angry at me. Oh no, I can. There we go. It begins the quickening. Listen. Alright. View. I need Solution Explorer. Oh yeah, it's already open. Alright. So we need to... Where were we in the VS Code? We were in, Shit, where were we? Flags.json? I forgot where I was. Flag.cpp. Sorry, let me switch back to, I'm just going to use VS Code for a bit, but I don't think we can stay in VS Code when we go to test. Back here. Let's turn this off so you guys can see all this. So, what do we, so let's go to contribution, and let's quickly read on C contribution. I know this is going to be a boring part, but I have to do this because there's probably a lot of rules to C contribution that are completely different than the JSON stuff, and I don't want to fuck this up. Leave that alone. Delete that. Alright, let's go to Cataclysm. Contributing. Alright. First time contributors. What if CDDA had... This guy's meant to provide a quick, accessible overview. Aside from a bit on C++ programming. New Contributors Guide to C Code. CDDA is written entirely in C++. New contributions that change C++ files are as welcome as changes to JSON files, but they are more complicated. It's harder to provide guidance. I know what C++ is. Let's go to contributing. Assuming you know how to program a little, I kinda do, and you have a vague understanding of C++, you can contribute to CDDA. You'll need to set up a GitHub account. Did that. You should know Git basics. Got the guide to compiling. That's done. I've done that. All that. I've already done compiling. I can compile and build our copy locally, so that's done. There's a rough overview of the code structure, but the code base is very large and constantly changing, so the overview is approximate and possibly outdated. I probably can't answer your question about any specific part of it works. Use git grep, find something that looks like it might be suitable, read out from there. Header files are usually, but not always, well documented. Whoa! Alright. Alright. CDDA source lives in the source directory. I'm going to highlight more important files and fundamental data structures. Look, you guys are going to learn with me. There's a lot of CDDA code. I haven't ever touched large parts of it, so I might be missing things here. The meta concepts. Most of the game's data is loaded from JSON using a standardized set of functions. I roughly am aware of this. If you're referring to this guide, you probably shouldn't be touching the JSON manipulation functions themselves. You may need to use them to load or save a particular data structure, and those functions are usually in the source save game JSON. And are pretty easy to figure out. CDDA uses a complicated deferred loading structure that reads the JSON in an arbitrary order while keeping track of data structures that have unresolved references to other pieces of JSON, and then keeps reloading the JSON until the references are resolved. Okay. Point and try-point are fundamental data structures to keep track of 2D and 3D coordinates on the map. I don't know if coordinates on the map are relevant to us, but we can, we'll read it. Various levels of the game map have different coordinate schemes. See doc points coordinates for a thorough, if confusing, explanation. Most important thing to remember is the local map coordinates are always relative to the current player position on the map and change as the player moves. While global coordinates are fixed and invariant, so if you need to store map coordinates for use on a future turn of the game, you must always store the global coordinates. Got it? Alright. Many instances of point and try-point are the same regardless of coordinate type, so many functions do not indicate which set of coordinates they require return. This is needlessly confusing, and there's an ongoing project to replace point and try-point with typed versions such as absolute OMT try-point. Use the typed versions whenever possible. Okay, we're not going to be messing with coordinates, so we don't have to keep that one in our brain yet. But I do... What's funny is that I actually almost I do want to have a stream where we try to make a new map. Because mapping actually looks really cool. Kata optional is a CDDA-specific template for passing data that may be absent, such as map coordinate, and our building or may and may not exist. Optionals are not pointers, but they can be treated that way. Checking the variable is a true-false test is where it has valid data, and dereferencing the variable gets the underlying value if it's valid. CDDA has a bunch of standard units defined in source units with standardized templated classes. You can do things like units mass weight equals 3 kilograms for assignment, and addition and division operators are usually defined for units. Using units provides type safety when dealing with quantities and is strongly encouraged. I don't think we're going to have to mess with this, but we might have to mess with this if we're doing mass-specific calculations. I'm coding? Yeah, Ito would be proud. We're trying to, we're going to try contribute. We're probably going to try contributing some C. So, main game loop. Game.h contains the main game loop and various global data structures. The senior developers would like to depreciate game.cpp, and in the meantime, do not want people adding more code to it. Okay. Global data access through G appreciated reduce over inclusion of the game.h header, which is slowing compile times. The map local to the avatar is an instance of map class in source map.h and can be accessed from getMap. By convention, map ampersand here equals getMap. Okay, so getMap just outputs it outputs type of map. I see. The local reference global map around the avatar distant maps can be loaded for brief editing via tinymap, child class of map, also in source map.h, and tinymap ampersand there is a local reference selected portion of the global map. Your map also contains a huge amount of terrain and furniture editing functions and general utility. The local map, aka here or getMap, is sometimes called the reality bubble and consists of a 121 by 121 square grid. Okay, cool, fine. This is all. There's a lot here, but we're trying to make sure we have the basics of everything. Creature implements basic creature class. They have two child characters, class character and monster. So we have a character.h, we have a monster.h. Okay. I don't know how relevant that is to what we're trying to do, but we know it. In individual monster instance of monster class, so there are various monster-related source files such as their AI, monstermove.cpp, and their JSON loader, monstergenerator.cpp. All monsters of the same type share a monster type, or M-type instance, which contains the basic definition of the monster type, and it's coded in source M-type. Okay, still not where we're looking for, but we're getting there. I'm not going to control F through this because I think it's important for me, at least, to have a general just to put the knowledge in my head on how everything interacts and where it is. Character was originally supposed to be the virtual parent class for its child classes. The terminology got confusing and there's ongoing effort to refactor them, move the code into character. Player in source player.h was originally supposed to contain data relevant to the player of the game, but is being depreciated in favor of the avatar class in source avatar.h. GetAvatar returns a reference to the current avatar. When adding new code that applies to both player characters and NPCs, put it in character and pass variables as character ampersand. When adding new code that only applies to the player's character, such as UI code, you put it in avatar. Makes sense? Sure. A lot of code passes a player ampersand or player star when it should pass a character ampersand or character star. In general, that pattern should not be repeated. Melee combat and range combat are in melee and range. Blah. Okay, I'm going to start skimming this a little bit. Current code is in player. Player has a child class and NPC to support. Okay, don't care about NPCs. Items, like monsters, have an item type or item itype in source itype.h and an instance in item.h. Items can have more than one type, and each type is containing a separate islot data structure of the itype. The current implementation of islot is not ideal and will be restructured at some point. Item definitions are loaded from JSON via source itemfactory.cpp. Okay, item factory. That didn't lead anywhere. Is this outdated? It might be outdated. They did warn us that this might be outdated information. I see the flags here, though. Include generic factory.h. Generic factory.h. So maybe that's what it is called now? Maybe generic factory.h is what we're looking for? This class is designed to work with ref string ID and can key-by it to implement its interface. Parameter T, the type of managed objects. The type must have default constructor, load JSON object function, ID member of type string ID, loaded member type bool, which value false before first call load. Type can also have a check function to run generic factory check on all objects. These things must be visible. Those things must be visible factory. You may have to add this class as a friend if necessary. T-load should load all the members of T except ID and was loaded. They are set by the generic factory before calling load. Failure should be reported by some exception. Usage. Create an instance, static or packed into an object. Implement string ID load as simply forwarding to generic factory load, register the string ID in the reference dynamic data loader to be called when an object of the matching type is encountered. Similar, implement and register string ID reset and let it call generic factory reset. Implement and register string ID reset, let it call. Okay. Sorry, we're kind of just reading this. I understand most parts of this, but not all. I am not unfamiliar with C, but it has been a long time since I've done C coding. Let's see here. Fucking templates. God. Alright, what do we got here? I don't think there's anything in here I have to touch. I don't think there's anything in here I have to touch, but it's nice to know what it's nice to see all this. No, I don't think this is where I need to be. Volume. No, this isn't where we... Good thing this is C++. Yeah. Alright, so, I'm assuming adding a new flag. Let's see. So let's close this. Let's go back to new contributors. When writing new code that adds new data, if at all possible, try to make that data accessible from JSON instead of hard-coding the values into source code. This will speed up your program since you're able to make minor adjustments without recompiling, and makes other contributors and modders happy since they can also adjust things without needing to understand C++ code. So, just to be clear, so I'm not crazy, is it correct to say that if I want to add a new JSON flag, and I want to add recursive disassembly behavior, that I do have to edit the C code? This is not something I can do with just JSON alone. I don't believe it is. My current understanding is telling my current understanding is telling me that this does require a C edit. There isn't anything I can do in JSON that would allow me to do this recursive disassembly. So which means we're gonna have to make our first C contribution, or our first attempt at a contribution. Yeah, it needs code. Yeah, that's what I thought. I mean, look, I would love to implement it in JSON if it was possible, but you know, the functionality isn't there. Various entities in the game already have their own factories, such as Monster Factory or Item Factory, but there's also a Generic Factory API in Source Generic Factory that's preferred for new JSON data. Implementing a generic factory is pretty simple. Include genericfactory.h and json.h in the file you're defining as your class or structure. Declare a void load constant JSON object. What is... Alright. I need to... listen, I'm not... This is embarrassing. I need to know, what does an ampersand mean here? I'm gonna learn. We're gonna learn. Ampersand... I need to know what this operator does. What is this doing? It's not, obviously it's not arithmetic. What is it doing here? I know it's not modulo or anything like that. It's a variable reference? I mean, I could get that you're not copying over the value. Okay. So it's just a pointer. It's a pointer. It's pointing to it. Got it. Alright. The pointer. That's all I needed to hear. Understood. I get it. Basically a pointer. Got it. Alright, I know what a pointer is. Perfect. That's something I understand. Okay, other C++ operators. Ampersand represents the memory address of an operand. Okay, yes. This is... Okay, good. This is a pointer. Got it. Don't call it that with pros, though. Oh. Okay. They're actually two different things? Are they really? Is it actually really important? Listen, I'm willing to learn. Operator used with pointers to access the class or struct variables. Pointer marks... Oh, okay, they are different. You're right. This represents the memory address of the operand. Address of num. And this is a pointer. Accesses members of struct variables, class objects. I'm just looking through the operators list. For my case, it won't make a difference. Got it. But we'll try to... Listen, it's important to understand what we're doing, okay? Also, VS Code has suggested you like to configure project JSON. Now. Bigger projects and opening. I don't need to do this. I can do this all in Visual Studio. I don't need all this, I don't think. I just wanted to do that because it was popping up and annoying. So I think we want to do generic factory. So I think generic factory is actually relevant to what we're trying to do. If you don't love bit hacking, you're a coward. Okay. Alright. Member functions. What is this? Declare void load. Define the load functions to read the JSON into your class of structure. Use the standard mandatory or optional functions for mandatory and optional fields respectively. Declare a void check const member function. Define the check function. Do any post-loading sanity checks on your class or structure. Source magic.cpp has an excellent example of how this works in spell type load. Alright. Let's go back to the contribution guide. Let's see. JSON. I don't need an overview on the JSON stuff. On 5 types of things. Suggestions for what to do when you're stuck. I don't think I'm stuck now. What about linting? What is a linter? Okay, I know how to lint. That is something I figured out and learned. Please respect the maintainers. Okay, that's an easy ask. I have never been rude to a maintainer or coder. I can clear that one. As far as I'm aware, I've never been rude to them, but if I have, I'm sorry. Getting your content merged. Third-party mods, mod curators. No. Alright, I'm gonna search on... Maybe there's some more, Let's see if we have some feedback from the development channel real quick. So let me just open Discord. Let's see. Oh, Kevin did respond. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Backing up on the fake parts thing, checking that last inexplicable bug. Isn't something pre-existent, sporadic? Aware effect. Oh, they're discussing something else. Okay, Kevin, I'm assuming Kevin was responding to what I posted, but I think he just okayed the basic logic, the basic idea. So now I feel more confident in this power. We were gonna do it anyway, but I'm more confident in my mindset now. I think I have the correct mindset for this, and I think we're on the right path. So we have to figure out where disassembly happens. We have to first add a JSON flag. We have to figure out how to add a new JSON flag. So what we're going to do is we're going to go into the GitHub and we're going to find a pull request that added a new JSON flag. So what JSON flag would we want to check? Let's check something like no salvage. Right? No underscore salvage, would that be a thing? How do we add a new JSON flag? I guess that's the new question now. I mean, we have a flags.json. I assume we have to add it here? Item must be an armor mantle. But there's also a flag.cpp, which I assume also is a connection between the C code and the JSON file. Alright. So, what did I decide to do it? What did we decide on as the name of the flag? I think we decided as recursive recovery. I don't know if recursive recovery is quite the correct flag, but there might be a better. I think simple recovery might be better, but recursive. We could try recursive recovery. Recursive recovery is a good name for it because it also explains in the flag what's happening a little bit. Let's see. So let's just copy one of these. Recursive. Explain the simple recovery logic to me. You just missed the discussion on that. What do you mean the simple recovery? Oh, it's to explain that a material is simple enough to be recovered via the recursive disassembly. So simple recovery makes sense to me as a name because it's marking a material as simple, which means it can be recovered from the recursive disassembly process, where, like, it's a chunk of rubber, so if you fail to recover the higher level materials of that, you would get chunks of rubber, right? That's why I thought simple recovery would be a good name for the flag. Recursive recovery is a good name too, though, because that clearly explains what's happening, but it doesn't necessarily give a good definition to the material. So I'm not sure which one is better. I feel like simple makes more sense from a JSON point of view, but from a coding point of view, recursive recovery makes more sense. So now the question I have is, when I'm naming a JSON flag, should I be naming flags to define the flag? Should the flag be focusing on what it actually is defining the item as, or should it be defining what is happening to the item on a code sense? And my guess is that simple recovery is the preferred choice because we're trying to keep everything on the JSON side, and we're trying to abstract what is happening on the C side. People looking at the JSON shouldn't have to go to the C side to figure out what is happening. So that's why I chose simple recovery. That's why I think simple recovery is the right choice. But I do like the name recursive recovery, but that only makes sense to me because I'm doing the C side of it too, right? So we should keep the name in a form that is simple to understand. Sorry, this is a lot of words for a very small change, but I like being thorough. So let's do simple recovery. Type JSON flag. So I think this is where we would start. I don't know if this is exactly where we need to be. Failure recovery. You think failure recovery is correct? I don't know if failure recovery is correct because you're implying, when you say failure recovery, you're implying that the item itself gives you something on failure. Whereas simple recovery implies that the item can be recovered simply. And failure recovery would be the correct flag if we were marking items that had subcomponents that had easily failed stuff. But I think the correct path to take is to mark materials themselves as simply recoverable, and then put as much work as possible on the C side to do that. We're trying to make the solution as simple as possible, and also solve a lot of problems in the future. A lot of problems. This solution will solve every problem regarding disassembling things and losing materials at random. This is actually a really big change when you think about it. This will make this is a huge buff to disassembly, and a lot of materials are going to suddenly start appearing when people do disassembly. You think you abstract further into simple material? I don't know if simple, as you say before, it's an ideological change. Yeah. I think you think simple material is a better name? Is simple recovery not is simple material simple recovery? Okay. Simple material marks a material for disassembly that would be marking material for. I think simple material might be correct. I'm actually torn. Listen, a name is important. The name is very important. It needs to be simple and clear. If you understand this tag is going on rubber chunk, it would go on rubber chunk, and it would also go on rubber tire chunk. Both of them qualify for this. Both rubber chunk and rubber tire chunk would get this. You stand by simple? Simple material. Okay, I agree with that. Yeah, simple material is a better choice. And in the future, people may be able to use this JSON flag for future definitions and functionality, because right now there's no JSON flag to define a material as simple, right? There is a no recovery flag, but there's no simple flag. You could then extend to other basic materials, yeah. Yeah, I like it. No, that's a good choice. I'm glad you were here to offer input on it, because I would have called it simple recovery. So, now I have another question. Do we just drop the material label entirely? Because everything we're gonna mark with the word, should we just call it simple? Now I'm thinking, why do we need the material? Isn't material definition redundant? Because every item is going to be a material. Everything that's going to be defined is going to be a material. I think it's just simple. I think we can simplify it. Why didn't we just start with this? Simple is too simple? But it isn't. It makes sense. It's a singular adjective defining the property of an item. And all you're checking is if it is true or false. It's a bit confusing than just titling it recoverable. By definition, it's perfect for this use. I think it is perfect for this use. You think simple material is better for... I mean, simple material doesn't hurt. I think simple material is a good way to outline what you're doing with the flag. Yeah, you know what? Although, as much as I love simple material, I think is a good balance to take. Simple material tells you what you're using the flag for. You're defining the material as simple. If you just say simple, that could mean too many things. In the future, we could replace simple material with simple, but because this flag only has one function right now, simple material is a more appropriate name. But if in the future, we link a bunch of recipes and functions to the word simple, like we make it so that I think because it has one function, it's okay to call it simple material because that's the function it's being used for. You could state it in the alternatives you thought using simple instead of simple material. Yeah, that's a good idea. I should list that. Alternatives considered for JSON flag name, cursive, recovery, simple. Simple recovery. They could choose it for me in the submission. Yeah, more people, letting more people look at all of the things we thought of is much better choice. We could just let other people kind of decide as a group what sounds best. I think simple material is a really good balance, though. I can direct the view away from the ideological change now that they get to be a part of it. I don't think they'd be against it, though. Because I don't know if you heard, but I asked in the Discord what they thought of that as a change, and as far as I can tell, people like it. So... well, Kevin likes it, but I mean, if Kevin likes it, you know, I think that's good. I think that's a good sign. I think I'm on the right track. Alright, so... we've added simple material as a JSON flag in flags.json. I don't actually know how to add a new flag. So let's do this. I need to look up I need to find a push request. Sleep aid container. It's issues. Okay, it looks like that was in before. I need a new flag. I need like a semi-new flag. Waterproof, maybe? Give me the oldest. Proof JSON. Oh, I guess I could just go into this file. What am I doing? I could just go into flags.json, right? Where is this file? Where's flags.json? This is in This is in the JSON folder. What am I doing? I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Let's see. Where are we? Data. JSON. Flags.json. And is there like a header file or something that explains this? Loading order? Updated docs. All files here in data.json are read eventually, but the order which they read is important for objects with dependencies and other kind. Recipes depend on skills. Ensuring the proper loading order will prevent surprises. Okay, okay, we don't need to worry about this. We're not doing anything like that. Flags.json. Let's just do you get blame. Add bleed it. Add what is this? Ablative pockets? 3 months ago. Next. Files chain. So they added all of this. Okay, so now we can use this as a guide. Item must be a large plate. So this is what an armor thing, right? So then in JSON item groups, clothing JSON, they added a new group. But this is like a clothing specific thing. This might not be what we're looking for. What's an item property? No salvage? I think no salvage is a better choice. Yeah, let's do that. Let's go check no salvage. I'm being stupid again. We need to check the correct stuff. No salvage. No underscore salvage. Okay. No salvage. Give me get blame of this. Salvage. All added, it looks like. Fix typos in item flag. Okay, we gotta keep going back. We're gonna keep going back until I find what I'm looking for. Salvage. Okay, something was added. Okay, hold on. Go back. I don't... I'm not finding it, guys. I'm not finding what I'm looking for. Let's see. I'm a failure. Well, there's only 4 pages, so I can scroll this through this pretty fast. JSON. I don't need anything with the word JSON at the end. I need implementation. Flag underscore no salvage. What does this even represent, though? I'm not even sure. Maybe I'm not understanding this properly. So there's no C-side code for this? They just declare it as a constant here. Flags entity flags. JSON entity with type JSON flag defined in the flags.json. BP flags.json. Currently used by items, vehicles, effects, and recipes. When a flag is used in any of these places, it must have its definition in JSON. Otherwise, flag ID points to flag ID conversion can't be performed. JSON flag. So it makes generic factory of JSON flag type. Code that seemingly does nothing. But I know it does something. We know the flag has an effect. I'm just trying to figure out where it happens so that I can use that as a reference to adding our own flag. I'm just not sure how to find that translation. Every major project has guide that does nothing. Has code that does nothing. Fetches flag definition or null flag if not found. Get informative text for display in UI. Get restriction phrase saying what items with this flag must be able to do so. Restriction. Turn restriction.translated. Get the name of the flag. Is the flag inherited by base items from any of the attached items? Oh, we have to define... Wait, how do we define all of this? What's the documentation on adding flags? Oh, God. What's, oh, God, hold on. Where do new flags get added? Flag.h? Is that what we're looking for here? Flag.h? I'm in flags. Where's flag.h? Flag.h. Sorry, I'm scrolling. I could Control F, but I prefer to scroll right now because I don't feel like moving my hand from my chin. Okay, flag.h. This looks promising. Is this where stuff is being defined? No, this is the same thing. Load flag definition from JSON. So, what is happening here? What is the JSON actually doing? It's clearly loading it from here. I'm definitely missing something. Are you guys laughing at me right now? Am I definitely missing something? I'm definitely missing something, right? Where do we have to be? Okay, it loads the flag definition. Finalize all. Check the consistency of all loaded flags. How does it how is the behavior of a specific flag defined? Damn it, I'm such an idiot. I hate not knowing things. Class JSON flag. Friend class generic factory. Something is calling all this information. Somewhere, it's gotta be somewhere. Is there documentation at the top? Hold on. Let's see if our comments can tell us anything. Include type ID, translations.h. Template type name T class generic factory. External con score salvage. Item.cpp? Oh, this is where it happens. Okay, the magic happens here. This is it. Bool item. Okay, so this is a returns true false. Accepts constant. It accepts item salvageable. If is null, return false. So if you so if you give it nothing, it returns nothing. Why is this here? Why do you have this statement? Isn't there like a thing? Never mind. I feel like do you need this? Why would they have an is null? Isn't there like a built-in thing like accepts nothing, returns nothing or something? I don't know. You know what? I'm not going to question it. I'm not going to question it. I'm questioning things that aren't relevant. Standard map material ID mats made of. If none of the mats begin with mats.begin, mats.end, this constant pair. Okay, I can't read this. I don't know what this says. This, if none of mats begin, mats end. What does none of do? I don't know what this is. I need a new tab. None of. I need to know what none of does real quick. Is this a factory? Is this item factory? I need to see where this is defined. What is standard none of? Am I misunderstanding this? If standard none of. What is none of? Is this a standard C function? Oh, it is. It is a standard C function. Oh, are you guys bullying me now? None of. Oh, it is a standard C function. Okay, I'm an idiot. That's what the STD means. Hey, no laughing. I know you guys are laughing out there. Stop that. I know you're making fun of my incompetence. All right, listen. Returns true if. So what does this take? It takes it's Boolean none of. You input the first iterator, and then the last, and then you need a unity predicate. Pred? What the fuck is this? Returns true if pred returns false for all elements in range. So it checks if all elements. It returns true if all the elements in range are false, or if the range is empty and false otherwise. Returns true if everything returns false, or if the range is empty. Why would it return false? Okay, let's go back here. So mods.begin. Whoa, I'm in the wrong place. Item. So, maths. What is maths? So we have a standard map. So they make a map of material ID int. They reference maths. Constant standard. What is maths? Looks like it's pointing to this. Can I select this? Is that where it's being declared? This is where it's happening, right? It's being made right here. This is... Okay, this is where it's happening. Got it. Equals made of. What is made of? This. Made of. So made of isn't a standard function. Or maybe it is. Tool made of. This is a character thing? Can I just go to definition? Oh, armor made of. Made of. Oh, it does work. Cool. If corpse, return corpse met, return type materials. What we're made of. So every item has a thing that remembers what it's made of. Cool. Okay. Yeah, that works. Can I go back? How do we go back to where we were? I don't think there's an easy way to do that. Sorry, what were you trying to do? No salvage. Yeah, here we go. That brings us back here. Should I mark this? Can I mark this line somehow? 92185? Whatever. I'll just leave this. So it checks it makes a new variable. It says, what's this made of? And then it makes sure to find out in that list of materials, it wants to know if what? First, last, and pred. So what is pred? What is... Sorry, this is all... I'm getting there. Hold on, guys. We're learning. I'm going down the tree. This is a unary predicate. I don't know what this is. A binary versus unary function predicate. Here, person sort criterion is a binary predicate. It takes P1 and P2 as arguments. Sort function calls it and passes P1 and P2. How does sort function pass arguments to the function predicate? Does it start from the beginning of 2 iterators or keep on incrementing monotonously until the end is reached? If person sort criterion happen to be a unary predicate, although it doesn't make sense still for the purpose of understanding, would sort function pass to only one argument? So does it mean sort function make argument passing dynamically? It checks if no material is salvageable and then the item is not salvageable. Well, I understand what it does, but I'm trying to dig into what these words actually mean because I'm trying to actually learn a little. This is a learning thing for me too. I'm trying to dig into it so I can read it and say, because I can tell from the context what the whole function does, but there are pieces in here that I don't truly understand, and I'd like to understand so that when I look at stuff in the future, I can easily break down what's going on a granular level. I want to know what's happening. I want to know what's happening. I don't want to just know the broad strokes. So that when I do write my own stuff, it's going to be from a place of understanding and not just copy-pasting and praying. Pred is a function that's called for every material. Is disassemblable. Turn ethereal and check if recipe dictionary get uncraft a I-type disassembly. Turns disassembly recipe or null recipe if no match. So now... So is disassemblable... is not what we're looking for. We need the actual disassembly logic. We need to find out what happens on disassembly. Disassembly. I have a better idea of what the flag... I now know items.cpp... now I know how to implement the flags. I get that now. I understand what's happening there. Disassemble. Oh, it's searching. I gave it a second. What does a disassemble look like? Hold on, let me open the game real quick. When I go to disassemble something, disassemble. Am I spelling it wrong? Disassemble. I am probably. Yeah. Okay. Action.cpp. Case action disassemble. Turn disassemble. And butcher. Okay, so this all falls under butcher. Open disassemble menu. Disassemble activity actor. I think this is move cost stuff, right? I'm not sure if this is where I need to be. We're a little out of our depth, guys, but it's okay. It's gonna be hard. I knew this was gonna be hard, and I knew it was gonna be slow. Needs disassemble. There's at least one item to disassemble. Zone type. Let me just look here. What are they doing? Can you unmark the item before check? Or if is disassemblable, are the requirements fulfilled? H files or definitions? Get ready to point out more stuff because I'm woefully ignorant. Now let's see. Are the requirements fulfilled? Recipe, get uncraft. Requirement disassembly requirements. If all of the requirement dot get qualities dot begin, requirement get qualities dot end. So it's getting the beginning of the qualities list, and then this is the end of the qualities list, and it's making sure to check that all of these things are true. You're not a C++ dev too? Nice. I don't know if that makes me feel better or worse. Oh, shit. Damn. I don't know. I don't know how that makes me feel. Listen, can you just pretend you know more? That way I feel less bad about not knowing more. Any of current begin quality requirement. C# is pretty close. Yeah. I was learning one of the first languages I learned on back in college was C# and I really liked it, but I haven't done C# in a long time. It's been a while, but I remember liking it when I was working with it. It was really easy and nice. Everything made sense in C#. If all of the requirement tools begin, continue. Check pass, mark the item. Needs disassemble. I just want to see where return do activity reads disassemble. So what is needs disassemble? So this gets handled in here. Activity. Wow, these are some nasty looking else ifs. What the fuck? You've created a PR for a CDDA, but they never merged it? Ah. Was it a big'em? Was a big old PR? Big boy PR? Did you make something big and complex? No activity reason disassemble. Map stack items here. Source location. Element is disassemble the checked one. Const RO element item to equal simply. Recipe dictionary get uncraft. Disassembly activity actor. This is what I need right here. Need this sucker. What is this? Void disassembly activity after start. This is what I need. Alright, we're in the right places. Fixed melee misses damaging weapons and armor. Where you just removed it outright. I think they have that in to simulate, like, when you make a miss with a weapon, you, like, hit the concrete. But I feel like that should only happen with, like, longer weapons. Why would melee misses damage a weapon? That's what happens right now? I mean, it makes sense for longer weapons. Like, if I'm using a crowbar and I miss my attack, it shouldn't damage the weapon. But if I'm using a quarterstaff, which is really long, and I miss an attack, it's reasonable to take damage because the quarterstaff could hit the cement or something near the zombie. They don't have a check for that at all? And you're told it's fine for now? Oh. Alright, so this looks like where the disassembly starts. Checks the player who's doing it. Character who. If act targets empty, null, back type, I type disassembly, act position, act targets back charges. Who dot create in progress assembly. Mark the item not available for other characters. Do turn player activity act. I think finish do turn. So this is all of this logic is just to simulate the turns happening. This is checking crafting speed, the number of moves, spent moves. Yep. You could say that could happen with the crowbar. Yeah, you would have to figure out, I think the best way to check it would be to define a certain length of item, because I think you could make a length of item. You would check the length of the item, and then it would be a scaling scale, right? It would be a scale. It should be a scale. Like you would have like the longer an item is, the more likely it gets damaged from a miss. So items of a shorter length would be less likely to take damage from a miss, and items of a longer length would be more likely to take damage. Do you guys think that makes sense? Hold on, let me write this down, because you're getting me thinking. Let's see. Shorter item length should determine... Item length should determine miss chance of damage on miss to simulate hitting nearby terrain. Shorter items are less likely to damaged on miss, while longer items are much more likely. Yep. Not when the enemy misses, but when you miss? Yeah. Is it really worth going that in depth? I mean, here's the thing though. It's not a... I think it should matter, right? Because that does make sense. Like, it doesn't matter too much, but from a gameplay point of view, it adds realism and also changes the balance of weapons. Because right now, the dominating factor is that giant, long... How could you damage your knuckles on miss? So do you think there should be a minimum size item that can't be damaged on a miss? Size threshold for taking no damage on miss no matter what. Yeah, I would agree that something like brass knuckles would never get damaged on a miss. You can accidentally punch a wall. You know, that's true. You can accidentally punch a wall. If you've ever been in a fight, you absolutely can accidentally punch a wall with your fist. You can swing wildly and hit a nearby wall. I absolutely believe that. That's a pretty wild miss, but it can happen. I don't know if you could hit the ground, though. I don't think you would ever hit the ground by accident. That's a critical miss and should be handled separately. Item length. So, if you're... So the other thing that could be determined too is item hardness. Soft items are less likely to break on miss. It's not hardness, it's, what are we looking for? Brittleness? We're measuring... I guess hardness is correct. How brittle is an item, right? A foam bat... Yeah, you're right. A foam bat would never take damage on a miss. Item brittleness? Material brittleness? Material brittleness? New material flag? There's already a check if you're next to a wall of martial arts and stuff. Sorry, you guys are sidetracking me. Stop it. Stop that. This is a good conversation, though. I'm actually having fun talking about this. Talking about it out loud helps us reason out the proper solution. Okay, let's go back to what we're trying to do with the disassembly stuff. Do turn. So I don't believe do turn is anything we want. So we want complete disassemble. Go to definition. Character complete disassemble. Disassembly has 2 parallel vectors, item location, and recipe ID. Target rec. If rec, else bad disassembly recipe. So if there's a recipe, complete assembly target, item location target, item rec. Why is this... How does this work? Is there 2 different complete disassembly methods? Complete disassembly an item and drop the yielded components at its former position. Where's dis? I see target, the in-progress disassembly item location. Dis, the recipe for disassembly, by default uses recipe dictionary get on craft. We have no more targets. Ended activity, start second round. Add item. So I believe this is where we have to edit the code now. I think this is where we need to be. I think we need to make... We have to update flags here. So let me go... So crafting is where we need to be. That makes sense. But I've never been here before, so that's why I had to do this. Kill this. I don't need this. I don't need this. I need this. Flag.cpp. No salvage. Crafting. So I need a no salvage flag. Sorry, not no salvage. What did we call the flag? Fuck, I forgot. Oh my god. I already forgot what I called it. Simple material. Right. We're back here. Alright, let's see if we can do this correctly. Looks like you can have a special recipe or generic recipe for disassembly. Right, RS. I mean, I guess that doesn't matter. If I was doing this correctly, HI... So it would be in here. Flag. Simple. Material. Simple. Material. I believe this is correct. I don't know if I should be touching this, but we'll find out real quick. We'll find out real fast. Let's see. Simple material. Crafting. Complete disassemble. Disassembly has 2 parallel vectors. If we have no more targets at the activity start second round. Item next item. So I need to check. I need to check if an item has... I need a recursive check to check if an item has that flag. Okay. So we have flags.json updated. We have flag.cpp updated. Now we need to get, what's the item called? Just so we can do this. I just need one item to have the flag so that when I compile this, it will let me test it. So rubber tire chunks, I think is what it is. So spawn rubber tire chunk. Okay, rubber underscore tire chunk. Rubber underscore tire underscore chunk. And then that would have a new flag. And the flag is called... How are the flags ordered? Weight, volume, price, symbol, color. I guess it would go at the bottom, right? I actually don't know what the correct way to go about it is, but the JSON, the linter should figure it out for us. We're looking for simple... Sorry, no. It would be in flags. I'm an idiot. Right? Isn't there like a place to put all these flags? I'm an idiot. There's a flag thing in JSON. Flags, flags, flags. It looks like this. Yeah, this is what I'm looking for. Copy paste. Listen, all right, I'm working on it. It goes right under material. Okay, the flag we're looking for is material. Simple underscore material. Simple underscore material. I believe that's what we decided on. So, after adding this flag, we also have to document this, right? Because now the JSON flag documentation is going to be outdated. So we need to include a documentation about simple material. Shit. I didn't even consider that. Where am I going here? File browser. Because someone's got to be able to use this properly. Source JSON. I need to add a folder. Add folder to workspace. What are we looking here? GitHub. Doc. Okay. JSON flags. What are we trying to do? Oh, what we're trying to do is... So the issue for reference is on screen, I believe. Let me double check that. Oh, no, it's not. Okay, let me pull it back here so that you can see what's happening. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I don't remember where I put it. This one. This is the issue. So this is the issue we're trying to fix. This guy is disassembling 17... This guy's disassembling tires, and he gets a part that he wants to disassemble. He wants to disassemble the part that he would normally get from this. But when he disassembles a damaged tire, he loses the entire part. But the part is made of simple pieces that he should still be allowed to recover from disassembly. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to make it so disassembly will automatically give you simple materials from failed disassemblies. So instead of just so it's only, let's say a tire is 50% damaged and you fail the disassembly, it will then recursively check the recipes of those materials to see if there's anything else you could get out of it. Like, the base recipe has one object, and then it is built out of 5 objects. So if we have 50% damage, we should get 3 of the sub-recipe. So if something is made out of, like, let's say I have a block of plastic, and it's 50% damaged, and it disassembles into chunks of plastic, and then the chunks disassemble into bits of plastic, I don't want to just lose the chunks. I want to also roll the 50% disassembly chance against the subcomponents so that we get all of the materials that we're supposed to get out of disassembly rather than disintegrating materials of a lower level. Materials shouldn't disintegrate in thin air unless you use high-power laser tools. Pretty much, yeah. It's a really weird problem to have, but this change that we're trying to make will actually buff disassembly across the board. Because now, instead of losing high-level failed components from damaged things, you're going to get a ton of various materials of lower level that will help you craft whatever you want, rather than trying to always search for simple things to get simple materials. Now you can salvage complex things and get both the complex and simple materials, and it makes sense to get all of these things. Talk to me when you get down to atoms. Until then, you're not interested. Hey! Hey! No bullying. Watch yourself. Alright, so we're looking for, we need to go to... some armor flags, like watch on armor clock, compatible. Okay. Def, mute, normal, no takeoff. I think we want a recipe-specific flag, right? Or like a material flag? JSON flag, inheritance. I don't know where this flag would be classified under. Is it generic or is it material? There is the atomic slurry, we could. Stop. Okay, there is a recipes thing. Alright, cool. Where is that? Recipe. There we go. Recipes. No, we don't want recipes. I'm an idiot. I need materials. Why am I doing this? I gotta focus. Skills, vehicle parts. So I think it qualifies as generic, right? Furniture and terrain. Comestibles. Books, body parts, armor, ammo. I think it counts as generic. These flags can be applied via item definition. Yeah. All right. Simple. Let's see. RS. What are we doing? What is this? What is this? What is this? This. Got it. Simple material. I don't know if this is a tab or... I think it's a tab. Let's... Allows for the material to be salvaged from advanced components, when they fail to be disassembled. From parent components. Allows for the material to be salvaged from parent components when the parent fails to disassemble, or fails salvaging via disassembly. I don't know if that's the right way to put it. Check where salvageable is. There's a no salvage flag, but there's no salvageable flag, I don't think. I think every item that is salvageable is defined via an uncraft recipe. Because there's an uncraft, there's a whole uncraft thing. Sorry, I don't want to check source, I want to check JSON here. Yeah, So there's like deconstruction, and then all recipes that are uncrafts are defined as uncrafts. See that? So all the disassembly recipes are defined in here. Uncraft hand flare, uncraft rock large. So we shouldn't have to touch these. Because salvageable is there's no salvageable flag because the way it's done is it's done through the uncraft recipe. So if an item has no uncraft recipe, on the C side it will see that and deal with all that. You don't need to have a salvageable flag. There's a no salvage flag, but there is not a salvage flag. It's not required. Alright, cool. Simple material. We've added it to the documentation. We've added simple material as a flag to our test chunk, so let's do that. And now we've added it as a flag in flag.cpp. Save. We've added it as a flag in flags.json. I don't know if this was the right way to go about it, but we'll see. We'll find out. We'll find out. All right. I think we've done all of the requisite things. Now I just need to actually make a loop here. That will keep looping until it goes through all of the subcomponents. Complete disassemble. Oh, there is a second complete disassemble. Yeah, here it is. This is the one we want. Complete disassemble, location target. Okay. If this avatar, you disassemble its components, target.remove item, consume tool charges, add components to the map. If components are empty, the item is default kind and made from default components. Oh god. So this is the line we're at now. God, I need to figure out where I need to be putting this. Flag uncraft single charge. Can I hide the browser from the right? I can, sorry. I forgot to do that. I just wanted it, yeah, sorry, I was focusing on that. Here you go. And we can hide this too, because you don't need to see that. We'll just go pure full screen here so you can actually read what I'm seeing. Alright. Components empty. Yeah, I think we're in the right place. For constant, alter components, disassemble requirements.get in components. Flag uncraft liquid contained. So, yeah, when you uncraft an object with liquids in it, doesn't it just spill the liquids? If uncraft liquids contained and is liquid and nuint.charges not equals 0, spawn liquid item in its default container. Else, compressed liquids and counted by charge items into one item. They're added together on the map anyway, and handle liquid should only be called once to put it all into a container at once. Tools that can be unloaded will be created unloaded. Tools that can't be unloaded will keep their default charges. Wow, there's a lot of logic in disassembly, huh? If a recipe has a full magazine flag, spawn any magazines full ammo. So this is all we have to do here. We just need to do... if... So I need if the recipe has a... I think we just add it to the bottom here. If the recipe has a... Oh, how do we... We have to check the... If the... Disassembled... No, we have to do this where the components are actually created. It's not the item itself I need to check. I need to check the items that are made. Yeah. For component count greater than 0, components emplaced underscore back new item. I'm assuming emplace back is placing the items. Go to declaration. This. Go to declaration. What is emplace back? It looks like emplace back is a insert element at end. This looks like I shouldn't be touching this by the looks of it. My guess is that I'm not supposed to be touching it. So for component count greater than 0, component count minus minus, so it's going through what? For component count greater than 0, so there's a component count. Comp.count. What is comp? Item struct item comp equals alter comps.front. What the fuck is this? That's a standard vector method. Emplace. Emplace back. Emplace back. Appends a new element to the end of the container. The element is constructed through standard allocator traits, which uses the placement to place a new construct element at place location provided by the container. Arguments args are forwarded to the constructor as standard forward args. If new size is greater than capacity, then all iterators and references, including the past the end iterator, are invalidated. Otherwise, only the past the end iterator is invalidated. Arguments to forward to the constructor of the element. I'm guessing that components add components to the map, even if the components aren't empty. Looks like the logic is later. This just collects item and components. Well, I don't think we're at the end of the function yet. Get the item to disassemble, make a copy to keep its data. Damage, divide by components. Target get item components front. This item equals org item. Original item. Get the item to disassemble and make a copy of it to keep its data. Got it. So we're making a copy. Okay, so we make a copy of the item, and then we assign that copy to dis underscore item. Get rid of the disassembled item. Consume tool charges, add components to the map. If components aren't empty, we want items to be identical. Player skill should determine how many components are returned. Sides on a dice 16 plus your current intelligence. So int affects how successful you are with disassembly. I knew this. Disassembly gives you skill practice. Item damage level 0 to 4 reduces the chance of success. Where's the success chance called? Roll skill and damage checks for every successful recovery of each component. So if the component fails, this is where we need to be. When it fails, we need to... It's already doing... Wait, we're here. Count destroyed items. I need to be in here. Run disassembly logic on destroyed items with run disassembly logic on destroyed items with the simple simple material flag. I mean, the line is gonna, I don't need the comment. I'm just putting it there for my own thing. So, if destroyed underscore tally dot count equals 0, destroy tally It's item ID. How do I place... So how do we run the logic on this? So we run this method again, right? We do a complete disassemble like this. I think we do that, right? Do like a complete disassemble, and then we need complete disassemble what? Add logic before this if you need it in both branches. What do you mean in both branches? Are you talking about in the if statement? Hold on, let me look. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes, you're right. Sorry, you're right. I see what you're saying. If component recovery failed, tally it and continue with the next component. Both if branches. Yeah, I got you. I got you. Alright. Complete disassemble. How did that other thing do the complete disassemble? That was way up here, right? So it's hold on. What does it require for Stop being angry at me. Stop being angry. We need a locate. We need item location, and we need a recipe. So we need to get the item location. We need target and recipe. Okay. So how do we get the target out of this item ID? Did we collect components recursively in the list of components? So that will happen automatically. That's what I'm saying. If I put this logic here, this is going to call the complete disassembly logic on each of the failed items, and it will become recursive by nature. I don't have to. That's what it's going to happen, because this is happening within its own method. I'm in the complete disassemble function, and then I'm calling the function itself when objects are destroyed to do the whole disassembly thing again with all of the same, and it should run everything identically. Maybe it is already doing that? You're saying this might not be the best way to go about it? Component recovered successfully. Use item from components list, or if not contained, use new item default constructed. I don't think it does. Log how many of each component failed to be recovered. Quantity destroyed. Quantity destroyed. Log how many recovered successfully. Drop all recovered components. No, I think I actually am doing. I think this is the right way to go about it. I think. Scroll up to where components are collected. Sure. Oh, I gotta stretch anyway. I got a scented candle going. I got the music going. We're doing our best here. If components are empty, item is of the default kind made it default components. Check if get components is recursive already. I don't think it is. Get components isn't recursive. Should we... Is this where we should do it? So we need to recursively disable? I'm loving this help. I love this. We need to recursively disassemble. Yeah, that's what. Yeah, that's why I went back here. I was thinking that's what we should do. We could call the complete disassembly method in here. Is that not good practice? Should I be doing this somewhere else? Should we be making the recursion hammer somewhere else, or am I in the right place? I think I'm in the right place. I think this is where we want it to happen. I want to know the second a component is destroyed. I want to check the flag on that destroyed item. I want to see if it has our new flag, and then I want to run the disassembly logic against that item. But I also need to pass the damage value. Comp success, dice skill, dice different, diff sides. Damage success. Component success chance, minimum power, this item dot damage level. I think you're in the correct place too. You just want to check if it wasn't recursive already. No, listen, I am very thankful for any help. All help is welcome. Backseating is 100% welcome in this case. This is a learning experience. This is us improving and learning and trying to do new things and I'm trying to exceed my limits as a plebeian and trying to get into the world of actual creation. I'm dabbling. We're dabbling. Run disassembly logic on destroyed items with simple material flag. So I have this array, destroy tally item ID, which I believe is, where is this defined? Yes. Recovered and destroyed item types, destroy tally. Count destroyed items. Recover and destroy item types, count of each. Not doing the IntelliSense thing. I do type ID. Use item type to index and recover destroy tallies. I feel like this isn't what I need actually. I need I don't need destroy tally. I need a location. Hold on. So I need target. Org item, dis item. What item am I trying to call? Sorry, my brain's kind of hurting because I'm still wrapping my head around this whole thing. Count destroyed items. Continue. Component recovered successfully. Item from components list. Use new. Where does items get destroyed? If destroy tally.count is 0, else destroy tally item type equals new item.count. Roll skill and damage checks for successful recovery of each component. We should probably not disassemble failed components, but only collect their materials marked as simple. Yeah, but, no, what I want to say is, oh yeah, no, you're right. I need to see their, we need to dig in, we need to go one deeper. I need, on destroyed items with components that have the, so I need to have the simple material flag. Why am I trying to buff disassembly when I could just assemble more stuff to get what I want? Well, it makes, it's just a, it's a realism thing. It's a realism thing. I'm just trying to figure out now how to, what the code will actually look like. Oh god. My head is not focusing. I'm trying really hard to like get my brain to wrap around this. That's a cop-out answer. I'm doing it mostly because there's an issue, there's a stale issue open, and when I read through the stale issue, it inspired me to fix a bigger problem than just the issue itself that would solve the issue and a lot of future issues that may come up. So now I know where the logic needs to be. now I need to run disassemble on what? I need an item. So let's use this for reference. Target, I need this. I need this. I need to go one deeper. So I need get item, components. I need to, hold on, I got it. I know what I'm doing. We're working through it. Let's see. So this probably shouldn't be in the loop. No, this does need to be in the loop. Maybe. Yeah, I think it does, actually. So I want this in the loop. And I want... If there is... If our components have components... Store them... Where do we store the components? We need a... How is this done? I need a thing. I need item. Item. Original item. Underscore. Components. Still working on your gunpowder? No, we're working on a different problem. The gunpowder's done for now. I'm coming back to the gunpowder later. This is my first attempt at doing a actual coding update. And we're doing a semi-complicated thing because it's new to me. This is all new to me, so I'm trying to figure it out, but I'm starting to get familiar with it. Item underscore component equals target dot get item components dot front. So then I would go like this, and I would do components dot front. So I can do the components of components. You're trying to make time to make the powder drying bit work? Cool. Components dot front. So this should work, but I don't know what components dot front actually does. Get the item to disassemble and make a copy to keep its data. Damage/components. After the original has been moved. This item equals original item. So we already have an item. So I need to do this item dot get components. I think that's what I need. This item. That's because it's a pointer to the start of the component list. But that's what I'm doing. We're full item components. So item components, it equals component. No, I got it. Components. New item dot components dot front. Right? No. No. That only get the components because it's a pointer to the start of the component list. Let's make a rarely used recipe used even more rarely. Listen, chill. I'm trying to figure out how to do this. How do we get the components of a component? I don't fully, I'm not fully comprehending this. What? How does the components.front work? Assembly requirements. Item target. So this is already doing the loop, right? Because there's a complete disassemble in here. Complete disassemble target. Item temp equals target get item components front. So it gets the first component, puts it in temp. Then it looks for a recipe. Recipe get uncraft. So maybe we should be calling this. Maybe we should do a complete disassemble of the front. So maybe we're doing this. Targets. I think we're getting closer. I actually think we're getting closer. So it's complete disassemble of just target. Yes. Target. No, because that's not... No. This isn't right. I do have to use this. I do have to use the two thing. How do we iterate through... Oh, Jesus. Recursion. Sorry, it's been a long time since I've done anything recursion. I know we're on the right track. I know we're in the right place. I just have to logic it out now and make sure it works. So I would do target components dot or pointer components dot front. Or sorry, we already have this. You need a loop on the new components? Shit. God, I don't know. I do not know. I'll get it. I'll get it. I'll get it. Complete disassemble target components. Right. Something like that. Components dot front. Sorry, I'm in it. Right. No. Components dot front. What does it return? Oh, do I have to change how I'm calling this? Oh, it's calling a recipe. So I have to get the recipe. Sorry. So I have to do recipe. Recipe dictionary, get uncraft. This. I need this. We're getting there. So is that passed to this thing? Disassembly requirements? We need to do the item.disassembly requirement. Target components.front.disassembly. Requirements? No, I don't know. I'm too deep in. I'm too deep in. Please answer about the music. Music is pretty cool. What's the name of the band? This is just Gran Turismo. This is literally this. This is all I'm listening to. This is just Gran Turismo music. I thought it's a nice track I use for stuff like this. When I'm kind of like hunkering down trying to figure stuff out that I don't fully understand. This is to keep my blood pressure from flying out of control. Not sure that recursive is the best approach. Let's say you fail to disassemble Fringe and mess up getting the motor. You would need to spend more time to disassemble the motor and not get all the motor components for free. Yeah, but it's a broken motor, right? You fail to get the motor, and you wouldn't get the motor components for free. You'd only get the simple components. That's what I'm trying to point out. To get the simple materials isn't hard. Like, let's say the motor has like a scrap metal as a simple material. You can get that easily because you're not actually disassembling it. You're recovering material from a broken material. That's why I don't think you would need to spend more time on it. That's my only justification on spending more time, because I feel like the whole point of simple material is to show you're not worried about the disintegrated motor. Makes sense to get simple materials, but you run disassemble logic again. So you're saying we shouldn't be running the complete disassemble logic? You think we should have like a different disassemble for this? We should add another method to get all simple materials from an item. It will simplify logic too. You think that would be better? So I need to add a method in crafting? It's the better way? Okay. Let me get rid of this. Alright, so I need to make a new method. What does it do? So we need to get another method that gets all simple materials from an item. So it would be, what would it return? It would return, God, what kind of method is this? I don't even know how I would define a method here. Is there like a set rules on how you're supposed to define methods in here? This repo? Hold on, I'm just... Static bool crafting allowed, static float, double character. So I want it to be a type of list, I guess? I want it to be a type of list of items. What would that look like? So maybe, list of items. Check get components. Returns a list of components used to craft this item or the default components if it wasn't player crafted. Component.toString. So I think this is what we want, right? It returns a standard vector of components. So is that what we want our... What do we want our method to return? We want our method to return a list of components. So it's going to be doing get uncraft. So it's just going to be rolling. This already exists. Is it really correct to make a new method to do this? Item object equals target. Item location target. Ah! My brain! It trembles! My brain trembles understanding all of this all at once today. It'll be different. We only get we get only the components of simple materials. So are you saying I need to make a method? Are you saying I have to make a method higher up the chain? I have to go up to where are you saying I have to go up this chain? Hold on. Go to definition. Are you saying I have to go into item.cpp and add a get simple components? And it should be in here? And then we should have... Is that what you're saying? I have to go up the chain and make a method, a new method for the item thing? That's... like that's using all of this stuff? That could work? So I'll just copy this. We'll work off this as the base. It will be get simple components. Components is undefined. Why is it undefined? Class item has no member. Uh-oh. Hold on, let me see something here real quick. I bet I have to do something with this. I need to add a method to the H file? Yeah. That's what I was afraid of. I was afraid there was more. Alright. Returns a list of simple components used to craft this item. Returns a list of simple used to craft this item. Should I just do that? Should I just return the simple components? Uncraft components. Simple component. I don't know if this is correct. Simple uncraft components. I don't know if we should be doing the recursion in here, or if we should just make this only... Why not? So... Yeah, I'm just reasoning out in my head. So I make a method that returns only simple components. Why would I make that a method instead of just looking at my components and checking the flags? Wouldn't it... Is it better to do it here, or is it better to just check the flags? I don't know what's better, and I don't understand why it would be better to do it one way or the other. Because it's like, it's just a Boolean difference, right now? Or are you saying that this get simple uncraft components is going to be recursive? I could place that method in craft.cpp2. It will be. So you're saying we should make the method recursive. Got it. Get simple uncraft returns a list of components. But what if simple components have simple components? I don't understand. Should we make the recursion happen within this method, or should we use this method and then have the method call itself in some way? Like we say get simple uncraft components, and then we store all of those results in a list, and we run get simple across components against all of those. I don't know what's better. I don't know what's better. I actually don't know. It's funny, though. Returns a list of simple components used to craft this item. Or the default components if it wasn't player crafted. If a component is not simple, if simple, add to the list. If a component is not simple, but simple components can be made of simple components. That's what I'm saying. It can be chained. Simple isn't the final form, but we're trying to make it. Does that make sense? Yeah, it does, because you can have the pieces we're talking about is we have like a chunk of something, and the chunk of tire rubber can be broken down into a chunk of plastic rubber. So They're both simple, but one of them is a smaller, broken down version of the other. But they are both materials that should appear. So what should we get? When we go to craft the item, we should be getting, like, let's say we get 5 big chunks, but they're all 50% damaged. We run the disassembly logic against all of them, and the ones that fail, we get a mix. The ideal is that we get an even mix of everything. So if a simple component fails the disassembly check because of the damage number, then we go further down the tree and we get all the simple components of those failed disassemblies. Because simples can fail into simples. That's why I think this method's unnecessary. I feel like it can just be an if statement. I feel like we can just say, we can check the flag on the components at runtime. I don't know if a method makes any sense. Because it's such a simple check. And I don't know performance-wise if it makes any difference either. Getting uncrafted components will get all of the components for us. What determines the quality of stuff you get besides the item HP? It's just item HP right now. And then there's a bunch of, well, it runs the whole disassembly logic. You need a method anyway to recurse. How about you make skills matter? Skills do matter in disassembly. Sorry, I'm not being clear. The disassembly logic already takes into account skills for the success chance. When I do the recursive disassembly, it will apply all of that same logic down the entire line. Intelligence and skills do matter for disassembly already. That's already a thing. We don't have to touch that. You need something similar to disassemble logic, but only for simple components. But how do we have to traverse until we hit no salvage. That's the stopping point, right? We have to traverse the entire tree until we hit a no salvage flag, which I believe, hold on, let me open up the game to be sure about this. I believe our base component chunk of rubber has no salvage. Yeah. Cannot disassemble this. So let me check chunk of rubber real quick. I'm going to remove this method for a second. I don't think this method is the correct play. I don't think this is the correct play. I'm thinking. Give me a sec. I need to go searching. I have to find something. I'm looking for chunk of rubber. Alright, give me a sec. Spawn item, chunk of rubber. Chunk underscore rubber. Chunk underscore rubber. It has the no salvage flag. But the no salvage flag isn't applied to everything reliably. So I should just check if there's a disassembly recipe. Yeah, what does the no salvage flag do? This doesn't make any sense. On flags. No salvage. Item cannot be broken down through a salvage process. Best used when something should not be able to be broken down. Base components like leather patches. But isn't that already... Doesn't no salvage already okay, I see what this is. No salvage is just a very specific flag just in case it's a craftable item. I assume. I assume that's how it works. Because don't you have to define... Are all craftable items... Not all craftable items are disassembled. Hold on. Like, washboard. I don't know. Got a washboard. Player. Learn. Change all skills. Set to 10. Player. Learn all recipes. Washboard. So, a washboard is just made of a plank. And it is not disassemblable. Why? Is it because I can cut it up? So it has a butcher recipe. Washboard. Toiletries washboard. Wood. Allow remote use. So there's no salvage flag on it. So anything that has an... So you're allowed to butcher it because it has a material flag? Or does the butchering automatically give you pieces? I think this is part of the cutting logic, right? So it's so something is automatically checking the source components and letting you butcher and cut it up. That's what I'm guessing. That's what it seems like. Oh god. Oh god, my brain. Sorry. I am woefully inexperienced in C code. I'm learning on the go. Get bool, query disassemble. Components equals object.getCraft uncomponent. I think recursion is the choice. If learned by disassembly empty, where disassembling may yield this. Activity disassemble. We go to item. I think we decided not to... No, I'm not going to make the new method. No, I don't think a new method makes sense. This already does what I need. I have to just use the method properly now. Does not make sense here? Why? I don't understand. Why does it not make sense? I need to read the component. I need to traverse the entire tree of components. I need to change disassembly to, if there's any components, it needs to read all of the subcomponents. I need to make a loop, the one that I deleted. Oh, yeah. It makes sense here. Okay, I see. Yeah, I need to make, it just needs to, I don't know if this loop, though, is going to cause huge performance issues when it traverses really complex items. That's what I'm scared of. God. Oh. So we just gotta make sure it doesn't suck. If rec, complete disassemble target rec. If we have no more targets, end the activity or start a second round. It shouldn't be that deep of a component tree. Well, not now, but in the future it might be more. That's what I'm worried about. I'm worried about if recipes get more complex and more granular, how does this scale out? This will start scaling out really fast if recipes get more complex in the future for any reason. And how does this affect mods? Like, maybe there are mods that have deeply complex recipes, and then suddenly now you can't have a recipe with a certain level of complex. Like, I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of possibilities for bad things in the future, at least. But if recipes are getting to that point, it'll probably cause performance problems in other ways too. I guess you would notice it. Even 100 levels would be fine. C++ is fast. Sorry, I'm used to working in, like, Java, where things are not fast, where things don't work as you hope, where doing things like doing anything involving a loop is scary. This is from years of Minecraft bullshit. Oh god, I need more water. We need to hydrate. Dude, Minecraft mods are so poorly made. It's actually funny how many times we ran into mods that were, like, they were just written, like, with crazy shit. Like, we had a mod that was checking the state of items every game tick, and there was no reason to do that. And all we did was change so it checked it only, like, once every 30 ticks, you know, or 20 ticks even. It doesn't need to be on the game. Like, when people make mods, like, they're asking the game for update per tick, which was insanity. It was insanity to do that. And that was, like, one of the most common mistakes we saw when we were looking at mods that were fucking with our modded saves. Optifine is the best mod? Yeah, Optifine's amazing. I have not made much progress, but my brain is slowly wrapping my head around it. Alright, hold on. Traverse. What are we trying to traverse here? Alright, let's see what we got. Link to... Not a link to list. Did I manage to nerf QS? I have not nerfed QS. I have made no attempt to nerf QS. Thought that was the goal yesterday. What? What do you mean? That wasn't the goal. What are you talking about? Activity.targets. Activity. If rec. Symbol. Completely disassemble item and drop the components in its former position. .h. If the craft item counters greater 10,000, complete disassemble target. Item craft target. I was messing with tool requirements. If you don't finish this in a few days, you'll do it. Would be a nice change of pace. No, I'm trying to figure it out. I mean, if someone wants to jump ahead of me, that's fine. I am trying to figure all this out because this is more learning stuff for me. And this isn't necessarily like a huge or important issue. This is like a stale issue that's months old. So it's already like a low priority thing, but hey man, if you if you beat me to the punch, that's all right too. That's fine. Disassemble all. So how does disassemble all look through it? It checks the map. I need something like this. I'm stealing this. I'm stealing this for loop. Complete disassemble. I think I should do it in complete disassemble. I think I had it right the first time. Craft. Their skills. Item damage reduces the chance. Covered item component items to be dropped. So drop items. Where's drop items reference? Covered component items to be dropped. Is this drop items for something else? Looks like it's being done. NPC drop items dot push back. Covered component items to be dropped. Item from the components list, or if not contained, use new it, the default constructed. Filthy items yield filthy components. Where's the list of destroyed items? That looks like the list of gained items. I agree. I see destroy tally. Roll skill and damage checks for the successful recovery of each component. Destroyed items are not kept. Yeah, so we need to keep destroyed items, and then we need to iterate through them, and we need to find out. We have to go through the destroyed items, and we have to check all of their components. Oh God, how do we do this? We need to... When is an item destroyed? Damage success equals... Line I'm already in is looping? Yeah, I know this. It's looping through components, which is a list of... hold on. References. What is this? If components aren't empty, we want items exactly identical to them, even if the best for recipe doesn't involve those items. If components aren't empty, want items exactly identical to them, even if the best for recipe does not involve those items. So it makes a list of components, this item.components. Components that place back. What is comp? Comp is alter comps.front. Alter comps is what? An iterator? This.requirements. Why do I need to get the components of disassembly requirements here? Oh god. You need to speak English. I don't understand what this says. Me no hablo C++. Me no understand. My brain hurts. And this is painful for me. Maybe I'm in over my head. That might be the truth. I think this is in over my... I know where I need to be, but the actual execution, the creation of the code and making sure it all works, I can do everything but the actual logic so far. Why is that? Because I lack a competency in C++, right? Because I lack knowledge of the code base. So how do I fix this? I have to get a basic competency in how C++ works, probably. I have to become more familiar with how the code base works. And maybe there's more documentation I'm missing. I have to pull it back. What's the problem? What's the base problem here? The base problem is that I don't understand C++, and I have a half-baked knowledge of other languages and coding in general that allows me to read this and have a general understanding, but not a functional understanding. So my current understanding can't be used to make something useful, but I still want to make something useful. I am basing all of my knowledge by kind of copy-pasting, transplanting. Like, I don't know everything I'm working with, but I know roughly what things do in here. C++ is hard? Yeah, it's kind of miserable look. It's not happy. When your knowledge is half-baked, you gotta get some more baked to complete it. I don't think that'll help me. I think that will actually ruin me. No, I don't think a gummy is a good idea. I think we will actually make a complete zero amount of progress if we take a gummy. Get the item to disassemble and make a copy to keep its data. Components aren't empty. We want items exactly identical to them. And if the best fit recipe does not involve those items. So they make a list of the components by taking thisItem.components. So I want a list. Where would it stop though? What's the stop condition? This is the stop condition. It has one built in. Small thing that'll help you read it better. Front of the list is the reference to the entire list. Fuck me. No wonder people stay away from the C side of stuff. Holy Christ. Jesus God. Yeah. God, I know the pseudocode, I just don't know the actual. I need a... Alright, hold on. I need to do some quick research. Plus related search. I need a... This is a data structures problem. This is tree traversal. Hold on. I need to educate myself. Man, this is where I wish I remembered my... This is where I remember I wish some of the work I did in college. Tree traversal. Just do it? What do you mean just do it? Listen, I'm not... My head actually is like... I don't know what's wrong. I'm hitting a wall in my brain trying to do it. I'm like 2 tiers from knowledge. Like, this isn't something... I can't make the jump right now. I'm close. I know I'm close. I know I'm close to the edge. I just need a little bit... I just need a connection between my pseudocode and what the actual execution is. That's why I tell you to use the separate method. You could have stop condition there. You don't have to use this method stop condition. But complete disassemble contains so much useful stuff. I feel like if I can use this, it would save me so much time. Do I need the skill checks? I think so. Yeah, I think I want to apply... Well, Yes. I would like all the logic to apply to the No, because it's a failed component. You're right. Why do I want to apply all the logic to failed components? In fact, what is deciding how many... No, because your skill still would give you more failed components than less skill. We probably only care... I don't think we only care about damage. I think if your skill... I think if you have skill, but you failed to craft it, you would get more material. Like, you would get more usable material out of it. Yes. The skill check does make sense. Yes. We can add that, but not using this code. A different skill logic. But don't need tools for sure. No. I do not need tools. Or correct. So we need a new disassembly recipe. We need a recipe called failed disassembly. And it needs to be in this file, and we have to call it from complete disassemble. And when something fails, we have to call failed disassemble, and that's where everything happens. I think that's where I want to be. Failed disassemble. Crafting. Character has no member failed disassemble. So that's crafting.h, right? Or is it character? I have to do this in character. Character.h. Don't put it on character. This is a crafting specific thing. Oh, sorry. I need to do this. Sorry. It just needs to be in here. And then I need to go crafting.h. Runs partial. Figures out the salvage obtained from failed assemblies. Don't add it to H, that's for public methods only. What? What do you mean? Why not? Why can't I add it to H? Oh, so do I have to do a private void or something? Private. If I do this. Not defined in H files are private. Oh, so I don't have to type private. Sorry, that's some crossover episode happening there in my head. Somewhere in my head that made sense. I don't know what language that made sense, but it made sense in some language to type private void. I'm not thinking about C++. Sorry, I'm making guesses here. So we do C#? Is that really C#? That's funny if true. That's embarrassing, but funny. So how does... So failed disassemble... It will... So the target it's giving me, failed disassemble is going to receive the target data from complete disassemble, but it's going to receive a... It's going to receive the recipe as well. What else does it need to receive? I don't think it needs to receive anything else. Or no, it doesn't need target. It needs to take, It doesn't take target. It takes a... item. It just did an item. And I just need an item. Item... component. Failed component. So this is the failed component. When we fail disassemble, what do we do? We now want to look through... Hold on. So the failure chains down the whole chain. So this is where the recursion would happen. It would happen in this method. So, I need, I could do all this. Steal this. Stolen. Come to me. Okay, so I need... Failed component. Component's front. No? No. I'm a failure. Maybe it needs to be a... Am I winning it? I'm trying. I'm trying. Item, org item equals target dot get item. Dot, not arrow? Oh. So now we have this item. How do we check? If components do this. If components aren't empty, we want items exactly identical to them. So we do thisItem.components. And then we run a failed... okay, I'm doing it. Hold on. So in here now, we have a list of components being created based on our failed component. So we probably need to check if components is empty, right? Components is empty. Where'd I go? Where am I? There we are. All right, I lost my page for a second. If components empty. What do I do if components is empty? Return? Now I do, I just end it, right? That's the end of the line. If there are no components, do the item components, I just return, wait, or can I just return? I don't know if I think you could just type return, right? And that kill the end of the method, or do I have to do return void? I think I just do return. Yeah, return, because the method is type void. And now I need to do if it's not, else components dot what? Like calendar turn. So we don't need to do the calendar stuff. What is comp count? So I need to do this. I'm stealing this. We're transplanting code we're transplanting code. It's happening. Else. Has to be Franken-coding. I need a vector to keep recovered components and return that. Why is else getting angry? Do I have to do else like this? Expected a... What do you mean expected a statement? Am I missing a bracket? Is that the problem here? Is that it? I think I'm missing a bracket. Happening. I don't know. Everything's tabbed incorrectly. It's all wrong. Dude, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm such a fucking idiot. What is happening? What is happening? If components.empty, it runs all this. Wait, is this not actually mean empty? No, empty means empty. So it returns true, and then it does all this. So what is it? Where's the else? So if this returns true, it doesn't actually do anything. I don't understand. If components are empty, item is the default kind. I don't understand what this means. What does it mean when it's saying, asking if the components list is... What the fuck am I doing? I gotta start deleting shit. I don't know what's wrong here. I'm just deleting it because I don't know what's wrong. I don't know what's wrong here. I don't know why it's wrong. I just know it's wrong. So if components are empty, I don't need to return. I need to do stuff. So if the list of components is empty, then I can just output, I can run the damage stuff, right? Simple items only need this stuff. Hold on, we're transplanting here. Time for some frankencoding. I don't know if I need components empty. We'll get back to it. We're frankencoding right now. Why is get skill level not working here? Character method? Oh, I see. I see. So I have to do this. Wait. No. Must be relative to a specific object. That's why character is part of the complete disassemble. Oh god. This is so over my head. This is over my head. It's official. I'm done. I'm done. It's over my head. There's too much I don't understand about this. Oh, fuck. I'm gonna need someone to walk me through this. I'll figure it out later. That's it. I'm out. I'm out. This isn't JSON. This isn't C#. I'm out. I'm good. I think I'm way over my head. If I was gonna do this, I need to write an issue, I guess. God damn it. This feels so bad. I can't believe I wasn't able to figure it out. Why is this so fucking... such a pain in the ass? I mean, this was... I'll tell you right now, coming from someone who knows nothing, this ain't intuitive at all to fucking read. This is fucking awful. This is fucking terrible. I know roughly what needs to happen, but I am not capable of doing it. And I don't think there's any nearby future where I'm capable of doing it right now. It just, my brain doesn't comprehend it. It's not it looks at this, and it doesn't understand why things are laid out this way, and I don't have the right mindset to understand this. All of the JSON stuff makes perfect sense to me, and it's super easy and clear to understand. But when I'm reading this C++, I feel like my head is falling out. It feels like my brain is leaking out of my ears, because first off, I don't understand half of what I'm reading, and I have to look up every single thing I'm reading. And the second thing is that everything is laid out in these weird, infinitely inherited ways where, like, I'll go try to figure out what something is doing, and it's all these fucking templates and inherited classes and shit. And I get it, it's modular, it's supposed to be that way, but it's just things don't just do what they say. It's like a giant connection of things, and it's extremely confusing for me to read as a new person. Oh god, I'm so fucking dumb. It just, I don't know how this is, I don't know how someone looks at this and sees logic. I don't know. I don't. And I'm being reminded why I dropped out of college. I'm being reminded why I don't do this for a living. Oh my god. I can't read it. I can't. It hurts my head too much, and I'm no longer having fun doing it, so I'm not doing it anymore. I tried. I have to convince someone who knows how to do C coding to do it for me. I know what needs to be done on the JSON side, so what I'll do is, I will remove all of the changes, all the C changes at least. Yeah, I don't, what, all this shit. So just close this. Close this. Nope. Close. Close. I don't want to be in any .h files. I'm gonna follow my golden rule, and my golden rule is that if I'm not making progress, if I'm not learning, and if I'm not making progress, I should not be doing it. If I'm not having fun learning, and the learning isn't sticking, and what I'm trying to figure out isn't clear for me to figure out, I am wasting my time because I'm not learning anything. I'm not making iterative making progress in understanding the JSON was perfect. I felt like I was making progress. Working on the C++ and trying to figure it out made no sense to me. There's no looking at it and being like, okay, this leads to this and this leads to this. It is like reading gibberish, and it is not intuitive to understand for me. I know the basics, but I don't know enough to actually do anything useful with them. And I don't want to put a pull request in with that kind of shitty half-baked knowledge that'll just send a maintainer into the stratosphere of insanity trying to read the garbage Frankenstein shit I'm trying to write. That's a horrible idea. It sounds like an awful idea. Alright. Let's keep like this, I guess. Oh man, that feels bad. I don't know, I'm just really sad. I feel like I failed in a way. I feel like I have to take a different path. I was hopeful I could learn something from the repo, like from trying to contribute to the repo, but I can't. I'm a failure. Great. That feels great. And honestly, learning C++ doesn't look interesting or fun to do, so I don't think I'm gonna do it. I gave it an honest try, though. I really did. I really did try to understand what was going on, but it's just... Why? I read the code. I mean, reading the code isn't the hard part, though. Writing code is hard, because it's I don't know, it's just I don't know what things actually do. I can roughly understand what it does, but I can't translate that into creating new things to happen. And even if I could, I know it wouldn't be done well. All right, let's change. We're gonna change it up a bit. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna open a draft PR where I do all the JSON work I can. And then I will try to convince someone who is more capable in C to write the actual logic, or someone maybe will come in and try to write the actual logic. But obviously now I'm just back to... See, no, it doesn't matter. Why should I open a pull request with only the JSON done? That's just me being ideas guy bullshitting now. This is just me coming up with an idea and asking someone to do the work. The whole point of opening the pull request and contributing was so that I didn't have to rely on anyone else to do work for me. Or it's like, it sounds entitled, right? I do have to work and I'm like, oh, I just need someone to do this. Like, but I don't want to be the ideas guy. Ugh, that's fucking awful. I'm getting very frustrated if you cannot tell. All right, let's see. Let's just save this. This. Do you need a flag? Yes, because we need to mark the material. We need to mark. Maybe material is enough. I do think we need a flag, though. Material might be enough? I don't think so. I think we do need simple material. Because there are objects that are not material. I mean, hold on, let's pull it up here. Let's go back to the original issue. You can help with the code and don't want to mess with JSON? Really? Why? JSON's the easy part. What do you mean you can help with the code and you don't want to mess with the JSON? What? That's crazy to me. What's wrong with the JSON now? The JSON's the easy part. Man, now you're completely confusing me. The JSON's like data entry. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth. Look, I'm just asking. I'm asking an honest question. Too much JSON at regular work? All right, that's fair. That's fair. I could open a draft PR, I guess. God, my head just... I feel like a haze is coming over my head right now. I don't know what's wrong. My headspace is like fractured a bit. I actually feel exhausted. I don't know what it is. I actually feel exhausted from trying to parse that. All right, let's go back to Cataclysm and let's see something. So the object that triggered this whole thing was a rubber tire strip. Yeah. So material rubber, category spare parts. Category spare parts. Category spare parts. The rubber tire strip. Let me see if there's a rubber tire. Oh, sorry, I'm in source control. Cool. Type generic. Category spare parts. Material rubber. No, this isn't... I don't think this would work. What's the thing we wanted to look at? I want to look at rubber tire chunks. Rubber tire underscore chunk. Oh, it's right next to it. I'm an idiot. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think there's any current, I don't think there's any current way to mark it. I think you do have to mark it as a simple material. It's almost 3 AM already? Not for me. It's 7:46 PM. Let's see. So what's gonna have to happen for this new setup to work is that I'm gonna have to go through and find all the items that would be a simple material. Oh, geez, that's gonna be rough. That's gonna be a lot of work. To fully implement this new flag, all of the relevant items, which cannot be easily searched for, are gonna need this flag for this to work properly. Okay, let's write up the PR. Let's hold on, let's get everything put together. This is like a sample thing. I'm not gonna ask the PR to be reviewed. I'm gonna draft it and then I'm gonna request help on it. Let's see. Addition of simple material JSON flag. Disassembly. Allows for the material to be salvaged from parent components when the parent fails salvaging via miscellaneous.json, rubber tire chunks, and rubber tire strips as an example. Flags are added to flags.json. Material does not do anything for us, I don't think. No. So now we just go to diffs. Oh god. Alright, I'm gonna have to... Hold on. I'm gonna call it an expert. I'm not gonna make him help me. I'm gonna ask for some advice. We're gonna get some advice. Hold on. Hey, can I talk to you? Fringe, private, starting, coding, C++ coding. Don't need your help. I just want to... I want your opinion. I want your opinion about learning stream. Help, I just want your opinion on learning stream. Alright, yeah. I have someone I know. I have someone I know. In a minute. Alright, cool. I have someone I know who can offer me some good insight, and I think it's a good idea to call him because he could offer me insight on actually learning C++ if I want to take that route. Alright, let's look at our diffs and make sure everything looks good. Let's see here. This looks good. This looks good. This looks good. This looks good. I feel like all that work we did trying to understand the C was wasted, but at the same time, I guess I have somewhat of an understanding of what's going on. Oh, God. Alright. Yeah, it feels like I don't think I'm a good fit for it right now because it feels too forced to try to learn it. But I also feel powerless in a sense because I want to learn it, but not as fun as JSON was. It wasn't as exciting as JSON where progress actually slowly happened. Let's see. Okay. Source control message. What's this commit gonna be? It's gonna be beginning initial JSON updates or simple control enter. Stage all changes and commit. No, not yet. I need to we need to lintify, right? Yeah, gotta lintify. Let's lintify first. With C++, you need to start smaller? Yeah, I don't think I can jump right into it. And I definitely felt that when we were doing it. Okay, give me a second here. We're just gonna lint all JSON. Lint. I'm linting. While that's linting, write up a draft PR. New PR. Repository. I could rename this branch actually. Yeah, we could rename this. Oh, let's hold on, let's open up we're over here now. We're back in the browser window. Oh god. Let's see. Fire trunks going to be a simple material edition. Material. Simple material. So I need to make a draft PR. Did the lintifier finished? Did not. Wow, the lintifier is kind of slow, huh? We'll let that run. No new commits. Oh, I have to put in a commit to, okay, I see. I see the problem. I see. Why is the lintifier so slow? So yeah, I'll just we'll just save like this. We'll just commit like this for now. Initial JSON updates for simple material. We'll enter. Stage all commits and commit them directly. Yes. Sync changes. Okay. Oh. Oh, I see the problem. Whoops. That's my fault. Rubber. What's it called? Rubber tire chunk. That's my fault. I should just, yeah. My fault. Sync changes. Okay. Okay, there's our push. Parent pull request. Simple material, new simple material flag. This is a draft pull request. How do we... draft pull request. Or assembly. New material flag for dis. Spell that right? Did I spell that right? I don't know if I did. Answer is no. A failure. How to use heading below relevant PR. Leave your headings so they don't apply to your PR. Rate carefully. Summary category. Sure. Right? Or I guess it's content? I guess it's a feature. Sure. Failed, disassembled. Do I keep doing it? Disassembled components. Now yield their simple parts. Yeah. Yes. Purpose of the change. Fixes. (53104). (53014). When disassembling, keep doing it. When disassembling the subcomponents of lost components are lost without are completely lost. There are materials, there are items that are simple enough to be partially covered from failed assemblies. When disassembling damaged items, the subcomponents of the lost components are completely lost. There are items that are simple enough to be partially recovered from failed disassemblies. New JSON flag will mark items as simple material. Will be detected by a traversal subcomponents of failed disassembly. You do your best code that way? Oh god. Simple material will be detected by a traversal subcomponent. Failed. Lost are items simple enough to be partially recovered from failed disassemblies. Describe the solution. Ideally, PR will add both the JSON flags required, all applicable items. Will also add the required code. Reverse components. Reverse the components of our failed parts. All the way down the tree. Checking simple Yeah, I think that's right. And then God, I feel so slow today. I'm actually kind of I'm kind of burned out a little early today. I just feel so worn out from that from trying to figure out that C stuff. I had both JSON flags optical and we'll also add the required also add a lot of that. Describe alternatives we consider. Checking for show material. Recovered simple components would be based on damage level of so there's eventually this will break out all of the simple components. Yeah, it'll break all the simple components out of a complex component. Describe the alternatives you've considered. That alternatives consider flag name. It. Testing. None. None yet. Additional context. I made an attempt to parse the C++ side, disassembly code, but I lack the education, I lack the knowledge required to make a full contribution. While I can read code, it would be much better off written, handled by someone more experienced. Don't insult the C++ people by calling it C. I roughly understand. All right, I understand where it happened. Back up here. What was it called? Search. Assemble. Crafting, that's... I understand that the change probably that the logic to happen in crafting the inside beats symbol. I keep doing it. This is where it would reverse all of the components. It would traverse all of the sub components. Down the tree, make a list of simple components, and return an appropriate amount based on the damage level of their parents, which would be based on damage level of the item. That sounds kind of weird, but it should make sense. Go fly for December. Okay. I think that looks good. It's a draft pull request, so no one's gonna actually review it, but someone, if I can find someone willing, write the logic, I can make a pass at applying new flag to applicable items. I can make a new flag to all the applicable items, although probably wait a long time. I'm open suggestions on narrowing down what items would be compatible, as there are likely categories of items that would never be. What's the thing where you want help too, where you want feedback? The pull request? Work in progress. I just want to see where this is mentioned. I know this is mentioned somewhere. Is it in contributing? You're looking for suggestions, add a CR before the title, and then work in progress also, right? It looks like the lintifier ran, and it did not change anything. I don't think. I think I was actually already good. Yeah, I don't think anything needed linting, or the linter just didn't it didn't trigger anything. Okay, here we go. So now we have it's hard to mess up formatting JSON, yeah. So yeah, I'll leave it as a work in progress, because I might be able to learn enough to come back to it later if no one is able to work on it with me or help me with it. But I'll leave it as a draft for now, and then we can come back around to it, I guess. I might have to do some off-stream self-education, but I am totally beat from attempting that. I know the development streams aren't always, you know, perfect, and I know they're not always the most interesting thing, but for people watching, thank you for watching. Thank you to everyone who assisted me and tried to guide me through the stuff I was having trouble with. I really appreciate that, and I hope you guys all have a wonderful night, and I will see you later. Goodbye!